star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Now, tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
There he shoots and scores!
Now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores!
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes!
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
And then there were 32 teams in the National Hockey League have been pared down to 4, and 2 of them who've split their last 20 games will go head-to-head tonight in Big D in Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. It's the Edmonton Oilers. It's the Dallas Stars. And here we go alongside Bob Stauffer. I'm Jack Michaels from our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Connor McDavid, flanked by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman, Matthias Ekholm, Evan Bouchard defensively, Stuart Skinner in the net, and Pavelski wins the opening faceoff. We are underway in Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. Your starting lineup brought to you by our friends at Coventry Homes, the preferred builder of the Edmonton Oilers. Nugent-Hopkins operating in his own zone, and an attempted clear by Evan Bouchard up the right-hand side is thwarted by Matt Duchene, who eliminated Colorado in Dallas's last game 6 days ago, Friday night in Denver. Swept by Marchman, and a shot from the point was blocked and loose and grabbed in the high slot and cleared. Oh, Bouchard took a tremendous hit from Marchman. A little spin move by Connor McDavid, right wing, tried to feather it in front, picked off by the 39-year-old Pavelski, and cleared by Esa Lindell. A two-bouncer fielded flawlessly by Stuart Skinner on Lindell's 30th birthday. Here's Vinny Desharnais up the left-hand side. Nugent-Hopkins watched as Nurse almost tripped right in front of him. He got it ahead to Dylan Holloway and sent it in deep. Leon Draisaitl, the leading point getter in the Stanley Cup playoffs this far, watches helplessly as Heiskanen clears up the right-hand side. Desharnais fought the puck a little bit, but Draisaitl drifted down low and attempted to clear. Held in by Stankoven, who cuts behind the Edmonton net. Stankoven elevated in Dallas's lineup with the injury to Rope Hintz, who scored 30 goals this year for the 3rd consecutive season. Evander Kane brushes one into the Dallas bench, where Pete DeBoer making his 7th appearance in a conference final station. Chris Knobloch of coaches the Edmonton Oilers. He's 8-4 in the playoffs. Dallas is 8-5 under Pete DeBoer, who lost to Vegas in 6 games, 1 round after Edmonton did the same last year. Sent in deep by Kulak, or at least attempting to, is batted down, and Warren Fogle will shoot it in for Edmonton. Jake Ottinger up the right-hand side, and eventually it's waved out to center. And Ryan McLeod, using a pick from Cody Ceci, will drift back into his own zone. Our referees are Eric Furlat and Kelly Sutherland tonight. Linesman Scott Cherry and Ryan Gibbons. The Oilers in the white, outlined in orange and blue. Send it in deep. McLeod finishes his check, but it's laid ahead for Dadonov. He's in, denied by Skinner. The second save by Skinner as he stops Jamie Benn point-blank range. And Bob, you could not ask for a better start if you're an Oiler fan from Stuart Skinner. 2 great saves.
Yeah, but a poor start from the Oilers. They got to be more alert out there on the ice. Wow.
Connor Brown down the middle of the ice. What a chance. First for Dadonov, and then Skinner able to cover up against Jamie Benn. Held in by Bouchard. He'll swing it back behind the net, looking for Connor Brown. No doubt a breakdown. Foxel will loft it through the middle of the ice. But for those who wonder whether Vancouver really tested Skinner in Game 6 or 7, and it's a fair critique, well, Skinner with 2 big saves to start off Game 1 of this West Final. Here's Sam Carrick in from the right-hand side. Oiler lineup, same as it was in Games 6 and 7 against Vancouver. Carrick centering this fourth line with Janmark, the former star, and Connor Brown. Up the right-hand side, Dallas's Pavelski tripped up. Has just one goal in the postseason after 29 during the regular campaign. Wrestled away by McDavid, and he and Nugent-Hopkins are out. Nugent-Hopkins will serve it up looking for Zach Hyman, who leads all playoff goal scorers with 11 coming in. But the Stars quickly clear and advance through the middle of the ice. We played 3.5 scoreless minutes, first period, game 1 of this best-of-7 Western Conference final for the right to go to the Stanley Cup. Here's McDavid, a steal, a dish, one-timer, and Nugent-Hopkins belted that one high and wide, clattered off the glass all the way out to center. Perhaps a little adrenaline kicked in there.
Well, Mason Marchment has hit everything on the ice. 3 big hits here in the first 3 minutes.
He smoked Bouchard earlier and caught a healthy piece of Nugent-Hopkins on that last hit. Here's Draisaitl off a Dallas dump-in. Up the right-hand side, Holloway, and now Evander Kane left wing. Tried to jam it in tight for Draisaitl, who went after a hit of his own. The Stars attempt to clear, can't get it done. Dallas in the Kelly green, white and black. Oilers left to right in this first period. Kane on the cycle, coming out of the right corner is Draisaitl. A blast by Ceci, and that angled to the corner by Jake Ottinger, who's been very good in this postseason. A quick dish down low. Kane sharp angle shot and a save made by Ottinger as Kane was trying to catch Ottinger cheating off the post. Here's Holloway, tied up with Stankoven, kept alive by Kane. Ryan Suter comes over to challenge. Currently the active games played leader for guys who've never won a Stanley Cup. Hard rim and out, and that will be an icing call whistled against Miro Heiskanen. Kulak drifts back, and with 15-11 showing on the first period clock, Dallas has the only 3 shots on net, and 2 of them in quick succession, as it was Dodonov stopped by Skinner initially, and then Jamie Benn on the rebound.
Oh, great stop from Stuart Skinner, and probably a sequence that the combination of Kulak and Ceci would like back, but Skinner was there to bail him out.
The second save on Jamie Benn caught him up near the left shoulder. Face off to Ottinger's right-hand side. He's 8-5. Played every minute of the playoffs thus far for Dallas with a save percentage of .918. Floater sent out off the draw. Matthias Ekholm will track it down for Edmonton. He'll turn 34 tomorrow. Here's McDavid attacking left wing against Chris Tanev. Guides it to Hyman. Snapshot and a save. Jake Ottinger, who shut out Edmonton in the team's last meeting. It was 5-0 on April the 3rd. And Bob, I have to say, as we played 5 minutes now, and that's the first official shot credited to Edmonton, that game a bit deceptive for me. It was 1-0 Dallas late in the second period. 3 posts behind Jake Ottinger. Yep. Now, the Oilers fell apart over the last 25 minutes, but that was not your ordinary 5-0 runaway,
Fair
in
comment.
my opinion.
Fair comment.
Off the draw, Jamie Benn. Chris Tanev against Ryan McLeod. Benn with a drop pass and a shot by Wyatt Johnston sails wide. Johnston, a very good first series against Vegas as Dallas got up off the deck after trailing 2-0. They lost the first 2 at home. They're under 500 at home in the playoffs, 3-4. Oilers trying to work the puck free. Edmonton won twice in LA and won twice in Vancouver. Desharnais will dump it in. Stars back to collect. Lindell over to Tanev. Picked up at the deadline. He's been terrific in the first 2 rounds against Eichel and Nate McKinnon head-to-head. Dallas has outscored those 2 teams 6-1 in the first 2 rounds, with Eichel and McKinnon matched 5-on-5 against Chris Tanev. The Oilers will take their chances, I'm sure, with the McDavid-Tanev matchup. Here's Connor Brown, drilled by Alex Petrovic, who, remember, had a 9-game stint with the Oilers about 5 years ago. Shot by Ceci from distance and a save made by Ottinger on that shot taken just inside the blue line, left side, cleared by Dallas. Into the zone, Craig Smith, and the veteran turns it over in the high slot. Sam Carrick will bring it the other way, but he gave it away at the LA blue line, or excuse me, the Dallas blue line, and it's shot in by Ryan Suter. Picked up Edmonton's Evan Bouchard. Lead pass off target for Draisaitl, and a late late icing call whistled against Edmonton as Heiskanen got back a shade ahead of Draisaitl. 13-12 to go in the first period. There's no score in the hockey game. Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. Dallas has outshot Edmonton 3-1.
All right, so Dallas is a good face-off team. The Oilers were a good face-off team all year that's dropped in the playoffs. Edmonton 13 out of 16 teams at 47%. Stars at 52.2. Draisaitl's the Oilers' best face-off man, just under 53%.
Duchesne wins the draw in the high slot. It pinballs around and it is cleared by Connor Brown. And Dallas is led by Jamie Benn at 61% and Tyler Seguin at 56% of the playoffs. Two of the top 5 guys out there. Here's Thomas Harley. What a big year he had. Heiskanen will send it in. Harley scored 15 goals during the regular season. And now a penalty away from the play, and it will be whistled against Edmonton. Is that Kane for roughing? It was away from the action.
Or a high stick.
Time 7:09.
Edmonton penalty, number 91. 2 minutes for roughing.
That's a roughing call against Kane. I thought it might have been roughing, and indeed it was. So we'll take time out. And Dallas to the power play. And the Stars have been good on the man advantage in this postseason, 29%. But the Oilers' penalty killers have been even better. They've wiped out 14 in a row, looking to make it 15 on the other side. No score. Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Live sky high with remarkable units for rent and for sale at Sky Signature Suites. Currently offering amazing incentives on 1- and 2-bedroom rentals featuring designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. All of this and more within the heart of Ice District, Edmonton's best address for shopping, dining, entertainment, and fun. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
As the excitement heats up on the ice, why not heat things up at home too with Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. There's no better pairing for hockey than hot, delicious pizza delivered right to your door. So whether you're cheering from the arena or your living room, make sure you've got Pizza 73 on your team. Order now and fuel your playoff passion with the perfect pie. Remember, on game nights, don't just watch, deliver with Pizza 73.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers better than 91% on the kill in the playoffs. They're first in both power play and penalty killing, and Nugent Hopkins wins another draw. And a clear length of the ice by Matthias Ekholm. Nugent Hopkins, 2 big face-off wins and a 5-on-3 the other night. And he wins that one and forces Dallas back into full retreat. Stars, we told you, good on the power play all year long, and they've elevated another 5% in the playoffs. Wyatt Johnston shoots it off the chest of Derek Ryan, who knocked it down. Nugent Hopkins comes over, gives back home, and it's flashed right back to center. Jamie Benn will walk it back in for Dallas. The longtime captain, 21 goals this year, turned it over. Nugent Hopkins to Ekholm, fired down the right-hand side, and that first penalty killing unit, another solid 40 seconds. Here's Heiskanen. Right to left come the Dallas Stars. Joe Pavelski scored 29. Wyatt Johnston, the only Dallas Star to score more than 30 that's in the lineup. Ben takes a shot and a glove save. Skinner, that one was heading wide. Wyatt Johnston had 32 goals. Rope Hintz had 30. Pete DeBoer called him questionable for Game 2 on Saturday. We'll have it for you at 6 Mountain Time right here on the Oilers Radio Network. A face-off coming to the right of the Oiler net with exactly 1 minute having elapsed on this Dallas power play. No score.
Farnage wins the draw here, and the Oilers get a clear. He's going to go off right away. They're going to get Janmark out there.
Derek Ryan taking the face-off, you meant?
Yeah.
And he wins the draw. And Cody Ceci tried to give it to Nurse, but Marchment pinned him right against the end boards. And you can hear the officials saying, Marchment, that's a clean check. Stankoven up to Tyler Seguin against Nugent Hopkins. Nudges it back to the point. Shot Heiskanen, save Skinner, batted around and wide. Rebound played around the boards and incorrectly by Seguin because Heiskanen was not at the left point. He'll gather himself, bring it back in. Duchesne cleared it out for Stankoven. Now Seguin, whacked by Janmark. He'll swing it around the boards. Duchesne, centering pass, broken up. And the Oilers will get a clear. And now Heiskanen has to defend a 2-on-1 shorthanded. Connor Brown to Janmark, and he couldn't get it cleanly on his stick. There was something there, Bob. That might have been 1-0.
What a chance for Janmark.
Just took a hop on him. Janmark played in all 26 games as Dallas went 6 games with Tampa in the 2020 Stanley Cup Final. That was in the bubble. Here's McDavid onto the ice. The Oilers have killed it off. Dallas unable to cash in on the power play, and McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman, their first 5-on-5 shift of the series. Bouchard able to angle off Wyatt Johnston. Matthias Ekholm back in his own zone to collect for Edmonton. Bouchard with a turnover. Inside the line, Craig Smith fed it to the middle. Harley couldn't pull the trigger and poke checked away by Stuart Skinner. Into the corner, grabbed by Draisaitl. Played to the middle of the ice, and Ekholm may be guilty of an icing call here. Is back to ensure the whistle was Esa Lindell. 10:14 to go in the first. The Oilers hold the Stars to just one shot on net on that power play, and we remain scoreless midway through the first period of this opener of the Western Conference Final.
Oh, good penalty killing sequence from the Edmonton Oilers, and an opportunity
all playoffs long.
Yeah.
I mean, they have been terrific, and Bob, as you know, middle of the pack during the regular season. They were sub 80%. They're now north of 90. I think the penalty kill's been just as important as the power play in this postseason.
More important.
Yeah.
See,
McDavid and Johnston will have to do it again.
Explanation. Okay, why is that not an automatic face-off win there? You know, sometimes things become a self-fulfilling prophecy. What did Pete DeBoer say? We don't take penalties. You keep regurgitating that, officials start, well, they don't take penalties. And they don't take a lot of penalties.
Tipped up the left-hand side. Here's Draisaitl. McDavid and Hyman are onside. McDavid could not work his way through heavy traffic. Heiskanen sends one out towards center ice. Stankoven lost the handle. Hyman gave it away. Wyatt Johnston, high slot, slipped down to one knee, and then when he tried to poke it back to Robertson, it was turned over. And here come the Oilers. Draisaitl in over the line, right wing. Threw it across to the middle. Ekholm didn't get a shot away, then was taken down. And the Stars come the other way. With the puck, Johnston at center ice.
That looked like a cross-check to me from behind.
Ekholm up the left-hand side, taken away. Stars work it left wing and shot in by Joe Pavelski. He's played more than 1,300 regular season games without a Stanley Cup. Duchesne tried to feed the middle for Marchment. Broken up, worked out by Evander Kane back through center. Ryan Suter giving ground in his own zone. Meanwhile, Bouchard and Marchment still going at it up ice, and now a lead pass that Marchment did not get his stick on turns into an icing call against Dallas. But Bouchard a little pushback on that last shift. Remember, Marchment ran him on the first shift of the game. 9:08 to go in the first period. No score in game one of this West Final, and now the Oilers get a draw to the left of Jake Ottinger, whose lifetime save percentage is .905 against Edmonton. I will say this, that shutout was important against the Oilers last month because he had lost 3 in a row to Edmonton. For his confidence, Draisaitl wins the face-off. Ceci across. Kulak takes a shot. That was blocked. Picked off by Duchesne. Did not get it out. Kulak will send it right down below the goal line. Carrick working over his man. Harley shook it off. Pavelski off to Matt Duchesne, and it's shoveled back through the middle. Knocked down by Ceci. Carrick walks in. Tried to feather one in front, and lurking was Janmark. The pass was broken up. Carrick back on it, right-hand side. Out-muscles Ben for puck possession for the moment, but the Oilers unable to hold the zone. Coming the other way is Dadonov. He is stymied right at the Edmonton line by Desharnais. It's nudged free at center, and then lifted back in by Lindell. Seguin on it for the Stars. Jamie Benn could not handle it down low. It's cleared up the left-hand side. Heiskanen for the time being able to hold the zone, but eventually Carrick and Holloway force it back through the middle. Thomas Harley up the left-hand side, shoveled in by Seguin. batted down and ultimately grabbed. Flipped back in by Foxa. Tyler Seguin now in his 14th year, of course, won a cup early in his career with Boston. Been chasing it with Dallas ever since. Draisaitl on an outlet pass. Tried to hit Kane. Intercepted by Sam Steele of Sherwood Park. Here's Cristana. The lead pass, right wing, Foxa. He'll shovel it in deep. Foxa had the game winner in Dallas's Game 7 victory on home ice against Vegas.
Good fourth line for Dallas.
Greg Smith back on the puck for the Dallas Stars. 11 goals this year. Out to the point. Shot by Lindell. Blocked. 2-on-2. The Oilers come up ice. Kane stumbled down. Late getting there was Holloway, and the Stars were able to slash it back in. 7.25 to go. Lead pass right side. Holloway. He's in. Lost the handle, and Ottinger will fall on it. Heiskanen got over in time to just pluck that right off the tape of Dylan Holloway, and it drifted harmlessly into the waiting reaches of Jake Ottinger. And as a result, Edmonton still just one shot on net, and we played nearly 13 minutes. 7:10 to go in the first period. No score in the game. Dallas and Edmonton from the American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. The Oilers Radio Network.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Rogers customers and hockey fans. Rogers wants you to win big this Stanley Cup playoffs.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
You could win a VIP trip to the Stanley Cup final, plus hundreds of prizes, courtesy of Rogers Beyond the Sea. For your chance to win, visit rogers.com/Stanley Cup. That's rogers.com/Stanley Cup.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Edmonton only the fourth team in the history of the league to be at least 10 points out of a playoff spot at one point in the year and then reach a conference final. It happened to two clubs in 2019. St. Louis won the Cup. Carolina lost the conference final to Boston. And then the only other team was the 1991 Edmonton Oilers, who lost to this Stars franchise, then playing in Minnesota in the conference final. Off the draw, Tanev attempting to clear. Edmonton an offensive zone start here, but McDavid, Nugent-Hopkins, and Hyman can't take advantage. It's cleared ahead for Jason Robertson, who tailed off from 46 goals to 29 this year. Sent in deep by Dallas. Beautiful chip and charge by Hyman. He's in, right corner, waiting, centering, shot! And McDavid could not get it through. He'll get it back from Nugent-Hopkins, head for the net, and it pinballed out to Bouchard in the high slot. Back to McDavid. And he lost the handle against Wyatt Johnson up top. McDavid unable to thread that one through, Bob. It appeared to be there.
It was there. Edmonton's had a couple chances. Haven't got pucks to the net yet.
Suter, the outlet to Stankoven. They've gotten exactly one puck to the net.
That was Hyman.
6 minutes to go in this first period. Now they're crediting the Oilers with a shot. So it's now 4-2 the shots in this tightly contested first period. A dump in by Edmonton, quickly reversed. Pavelski ahead, Marchment left wing. He'll send it around the boards. That's going to be picked up. Big hit. Duchesne on Kulak. Stars come over with support. Marchment stumbled down. Pavelski threw it around the boards. That's going to be picked up. And with speed coming up ice is Warren Fogle. He'll shovel it cross to Kulak in the left corner. Coming over to help out is Fogle, taking a peek, trying to chisel that puck out of there. And he got it away from Petrovic. Centers out to Cody Ceci, who spins. Gives it back to Fogle. He's been quiet, had an empty netter in game one against LA, but that's it. Stars, high floater back through center. Going to be fielded by Pavelski, dropped for Marchment. He'll dump it in, and Dallas will change with 5 1/4 to play in the first period. No score in the hockey game. Darnell Nurse to Connor Brown. He'll send it in deep. Out to handle is Ottinger. On his backhand, Heiskanen. Muscle pass, Carrick. Lead pass, Sagan to Jamie Benn. Cuts to the inside. Tried to hit Harley. Broken up by a hastily retreating Darnell Nurse. Put down low. Kept alive by Sagan. But when he tried to fork it into the middle, it was intercepted and cleared by Connor Brown of Edmonton. Harley back to gather for Dallas. Heiskanen, lead pass. Sagan at center. Crossing it. Shooting one off the boards was Radek Faksa. Left by Skinner. Up the right-hand side, Cody Ceci. Little behind Leon Draisaitl. He's able to bring it in. Backhanded over to Kulak. Lead pass, Holloway, right wing. He'll shoot it behind the Dallas defense. Lindell after it. Taken against the boards by Holloway. 4-player pile up behind the net. Hard rim off the window and eventually nudged out. Maybe a 2-on-1 here, but dashing over Kulak to deny. Boy, he's had a good playoffs. Kulak, beautiful pass. Draisaitl left wing. Shot, save Ottinger. That's all created by Kulak. Jamie Benn watches as Chris Tanev defends on the far side against Holloway. A bouncing puck eludes Holloway, and the Stars will break out with numbers. Sam Steele will shovel it past Ekholm and go in against Holloway behind the net. Played around the boards. Leon Draisaitl with enough time to find an opening for Ekholm to shovel it back through the middle. Heiskanen into center ice. Stars on top of it and indirectly shoveled out by Thomas Harley. 3:37 to go in the first. He was just trying to get that puck in deep, but it rode up his stick and sailed out of play. And with that, we'll take a break from the American Airlines Center in Dallas. This is game one of the Western Conference Final. No score. Dallas, Edmonton, the Oilers Radio Network.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top shelf finishes at no additional cost. Because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm proud to call myself an Albertan. You know, after years of touring this great province in my Ford F-150, I've learned the value of driving a tough, capable, smart truck. Whether you're working for the weekend or long-hauling it like I am, there's an F-150 for every Albertan, with plenty of options to choose from, like available Pro Power on board. So if you're looking for a new truck, stop by your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
3.5 to go in the first period. Dallas and Edmonton, no score in the hockey game. The Oilers and the Stars meeting for the 9th time in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Edmonton lost 5 straight series in a 6-year span between 1998 and 2003. Upset the Stars in a game, in a 7th game that was played at Reunion Arena, the old home of the Stars, in 1997. A puck spilled out of play. Their first meeting, as you know, Bob, was on Edmonton's path to its first Stanley Cup, a whitewash of the North Stars in 1984.
In fairness, on all those years, as you know, Dallas was playing with like 2.5 big, great teams, but we had no salary cap. And the Stars were spending $50-60 million on their team, and Edmonton was about $20 million. It was amazing the Oilers got the series to 6 games in either 2001 or 2003, in my opinion.
Sent in deep. Quickly whistled around by Chris Tanev. Stuart Skinner out to handle it. Robertson tried to bug him. It was turned over and played back behind to Wyatt Johnson, but his centering pass went awry. It was intended for Esa Lindell.
Twice they've cheated and had somebody flown past the Oilers D, something we got to keep an eye on. Edmonton has to be alert on.
Donov foiled on a first period breakaway. Ben on the rebound, and that is half Dallas' shot total. We've only had 7 shots on net in 17 minutes. 4 for Dallas, 3 for Edmonton. Here's McDavid looking to change that. Harley was occupied. McDavid didn't get much on it, and it was turned aside by Ottinger and cleared by the Stars. Scoop back to center. Here's Zach Hyman bringing it back in, tried to thread it through to McDavid. Off the turnover, here comes Mason Marchment. Now it's Dallas 2-on-2. Marchment, a shot and save made by Skinner. Big hop off the glass, and that climbed out of play. A late whistle with 2:24 to go in the first period. So a couple of rush chances back-to-back for each team. It remains scoreless in the first period of Game 1 of this best-of-7 Western Conference Final. Game 2 will be Saturday night. We'll have it for you at 6 Mountain, and then it shifts to Edmonton for Monday and Wednesday night games, Bob. Confirmed game times of 7:30 Mountain Time at Rogers Place. That'll be fun.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Jamie Benn. Meanwhile, the Dallas Mavericks will come here and play their Western Conference Final against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Good time to be a sports fan in Dallas.
Oh, yeah. Rangers, perennial contender. And the Mavericks, another trip to the Western Conference Final. Here's a lead pass, and that's going to be offside against Matthias Janmark. The one team, and of course the biggest team in town that's been holding them back,
Texas Longhorns,
are the Dallas Cowboys.
You like that?
They haven't been in a conference championship game since 1995.
That's hard to believe. Now,
you were still in your 20s.
I was. You're right. I watched that at Moe's Sports Parlor.
Face off, left side.
Did they lose to the 49ers that year?
No, they won.
They won. All right.
They played the Packers.
Okay.
Face off,
Was that
win for
that was 3 and whatever?
3 and 4. Off the draw, steal, and a breakaway. Warren Fogle is in. He shoots, and a save made. Ottinger. Off the draw, Warren Fogle denied by Ottinger. One-on-one, and here comes Dadonov the other way. Slid it out in front, guided to the corner, and cleared by Derek Ryan. After it, Esa Lindell. Suter went down. Lindell trying to protect, can't do it. Here's McLeod. Fogle tried to back his way to the front of the net. Instead, sent it out to Cody Ceci, right point. High slot, shot Nurse. And that was blocked into the corner. After it, Lindell. Engaged, Jamie Benn trying to break free of that traffic. Benn fighting through, and I think he's drawn a penalty against Dylan Holloway. Dug in a little bit too hard and got called for a holding. Penalty at 18:28 rather of this first period. Minute 32 to go, and Dallas at second power play.
It's probably a penalty.
I don't mind Holloway's want to. He just dug in a little too hard, and Fogle really made one move too many, and it just clipped the right skate of Ottinger and sailed wide.
You have a good shot. Just use your shot, Warren. It's a penalty there. Now, you don't want to give him any kind of momentum here late in the period. Offensive zone penalty.
Well, this has been an Edmonton strength, the penalty kill.
You got to keep it going.
Derek Ryan, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Desharnais, and Ekholm. Face off to the right of Stuart Skinner. Shots are 6-3. Not a lot of room out there. Not that you'd expect it in the West Final.
Connor McDavid's had a couple chances to put some pucks on the net. Hasn't been able to get him to a goal.
Off the draw, one again by Ryan, and a clear by Desharnais down the right-hand side. The Stars will dump it in. Desharnais will have a chance to reverse over to Ekholm. Finding Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and he'll skate this one out himself before delivering a clear down the left-hand boards with a minute to go in this first period. It's a scoreless game, one of the West Final.
Joe Pavelski just slew-footed Janmark, got away with it.
Here's Pavelski in from the right-hand side. Stolen away and cleared by Fogle, and now picking it up with speed is Ryan McLeod. Hip check by Heiskanen. Canceled him out, and a drop by Ben. Back to Heiskanen. 40 seconds to go. in a scoreless first period. Edmonton scored in the opening period of the first 6 games of the Vancouver series. Didn't score in the first period of Game 7, but won it with 3 unanswered goals in the second period. Marchman will give it up. Centering pass open. Reach shot and a save made. Stuart Skinner stopping Tyler Seguin, who was perched at the right faceoff, Don. And I'll tell you what, Skinner has made 3 tough saves in this first period to keep it scoreless.
And Seguin got the puck through a screen there. Like Darnell Nurse tried to take the lower half of the net through, and great tracking from Stuart Skinner. Warren Foegele, he had a chance to clear it, didn't dig in. Draisaitl left side draw out here, final 23 seconds.
Against Seguin, won the face-off to Draisaitl. Ekholm will sift one down the middle, and the Stars are going to have to hurry. Back to get it is Thomas Harley. With 10 seconds to go, he hits center ice. Hits the on-rushing Matt Duchene. Fires a wrist shot that's smothered. Nugent Hopkins on his backhand will clear to the corner. Out to Harley at the horn. Wrist shot saves Skinner. He again stopped Tyler Seguin at the horn, blocker side. And the Dallas Stars and the Edmonton Oilers have played a scoreless first period. Edmonton and Vancouver played only 1 scoreless period in a 7-game series. The opening 20 minutes of this West Final, scoreless. The Oilers limited to just 3 shots, but despite being shorthanded twice, Edmonton permitted Dallas only 7. And the Stars will have only 28 seconds left on a power play with a fresh sheet of ice to begin the second period.
Well, the Oilers did have some zone time, and they did have some looks, and I mean, Warren Foegele, a clear-cut breakaway, and he unfortunately never got a shot on goal.
Yeah, just lost it kind of off the toe of his, made one move too many.
And in turn, we've seen that out of Warren once in a while. McDavid, think of Janmark down low on the penalty-killing chance, couldn't quite pick the puck up cleanly. Yep. Connor had a couple chances for some plays, so they certainly have had some opportunities here, no question about that.
Matthias Janmark, part of a penalty kill that's been better than 90% in the playoffs. Matthias, it was decent in the regular season. What are some of the reasons the PK has found another level in the playoffs?
Yeah, just try to be hard on our details, stick details, win battles, and clear the puck. And we got some good confidence now, and we got to work even harder to keep that confidence and always have the next skill mentality.
All right, this is a team that's terrific off the rush. What do you guys do to ensure that you don't feed their opportunities in transition?
Yeah, we fell asleep there one time. They came behind us there on a breakaway, but yeah, they try to get some easy offense there, and we just got to try to stay above and be alert at all times and take away their spacing behind us.
Thanks for your time, pal.
Thank you.
That's Matthias Janmark, who, of course, again, he was drafted by Detroit, Kenny Holland, but he cut his teeth here in the NHL with the Dallas Stars. 4 good years. He missed an entire season due to injury, and his last appearance for the Stars was in the bubble. He was part of that Dallas club that took Game 1 and took the Tampa Bay Lightning to 6 games before losing the Stanley Cup final. Dallas has been in and around it the last 4 years, and the Oilers making their second trip to a conference final in the last 3 years. First time Edmonton has done that in 30 years. So, Bob, these are 2 battle-tested teams. Not much separating the two in that first period when you consider that Edmonton was shorthanded twice.
And I think if you look at the zone time, it's going to be closer 5-on-5 than people would think based on 7-3 shots on goal. The best part about the first period for Edmonton so far, Stuart Skinner looks pretty solid in between the pipes.
Early. I thought those 2 saves right off the hop. And I know you're upset about a breakdown, but for me, it's actually more important that Skinner makes those kind of saves early, kind of sets the tone for his series, and enables him to fully turn the page on what happened in Vancouver.
Dallas, I think, they've got an experienced team. There was some messaging going on this morning. I had to laugh listening to Peter DeBoer. We don't take penalties. Sometimes in life, things become a self-fulfilling prophecy. And to be honest with you, I don't know how many times.
How come you didn't correct it then? How come you didn't say, Peter, you
cut me off before I was allowed to finish. I don't really think Dallas took it. The only play that was sort of, I got to look at the Ekholm chance in front of the net. It probably wasn't a cross-check. Just the slew foot on Ekholm or on on Matthias Janmark in the neutral ice by Pavelski, jabbed his stick in there. That's the only one. Sometimes that pick gets called. We've seen Hyman get called for a couple picks. The two penalties were penalties against Edmonton. If the penalties end up even in this series, I think you'd have to suggest, based on Edmonton's special teams being number one in the power play, number one in the PK, it probably favors Edmonton. But Jack, I know the shots are 7-3, but I think we're fine in terms of zone time, 5-on-5 through that first period. So,
there wasn't a whole lot of room out there.
And these guys can check, and they're an experienced, well-coached team. It was a decent period.
Edmonton was shorthanded for 3.5 minutes and gave up 7 shots.
Did okay. Now, got to kill the first 30 seconds of this period.
And you've got to start generating some offense, too.
So, but I don't think you pivot away yet from McDavid, and you go to McDavid and Draisaitl on their own line yet. That's nothing wrong at all.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying eventually you're going to have to start testing.
Connor had a couple opportunities where he didn't get high-caliber shots to the net there. We'll see if that changes in period 2.
No score in the hockey game. A couple of teams that have struggled traditionally in game 1. Dallas has lost 6 in a row. Edmonton has dropped 8 of 9. Yet you're talking about 2 teams who over the last 3 years have combined to win 9 playoff rounds. So obviously game 1 hasn't held either club back. Something's got to give tonight. 20 minutes thus far, and nothing's been given. No score. Edmonton, Dallas, game 1 of the Western Conference Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101 23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit KeplerAcademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming a 630 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment.
Sign up now at 630ched.com
and click on CHED Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 630 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk.
Where Edmonton stays informed and entertained.
Today and every day. At the Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Marchman will give it up. Centering pass open. Reshot and a save made. Stuart Skinner stopping Tyler Sagan, who was perched at the right faceoff, Don. And I'll tell you what, Skinner has made 3 tough saves in this first period to keep it scoreless.
Yeah, Skinner also stopped a breakaway in that first period. No score, Edmonton and Dallas. That's you're looking at the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winner zone. So no score. Shot 7-3 for the Stars. They are 0 for 2 on the power play, though they have 28 seconds left in their second man advantage as Rob Brown joins me. Well, Rob, first of all, we'll start with Skinner. We had the highlight there. A lot of questions about him coming into the series, but solid when he needed to be in that period.
Well, we talked before the game. He had to stop the ones that he is supposed to, but he's going to have to come up with a couple big ones each game. And we saw in the first period, the breakaway. The others got caught sleeping. Dadonov got in behind, and he walked in and all the time in the world. And Skinner made a big save, not only just on the breakaway, but on the rebound right afterwards. That is a confidence boost for Skinner, and certainly one for the Oilers, that when they made the mistake, it wasn't critical. It didn't cost them a goal. And we saw early in the Vancouver series, any mistake they made ended up in the back of the net. So that was a huge one for Stuart Skinner. He looked good. He looked confident. And the biggest thing, he was battling. There was a number of times where the Dallas Stars had players in front of the net And Skinner just battled through the legs, through the bodies, trying to find it. Ben took one from the point, and he fought off the screen to be able to catch that with his gloves. So, yeah, Stuart Skinner, excellent in the first 20 minutes.
Warren Foegele with a forward's dream, stealing the puck at the blue line and breaking in alone on net. I mean, you've talked, we should have started tracking it. Foegele might actually lead the Oilers in breakaways, including the regular season, even more than McDavid. Doesn't get a shot on goal there.
Yeah, it was tough. When you watch Connor McDavid on a breakaway or any time, how much he stick handles. Nathan McKinnon, the same thing. I hated stick handling. I was a guy that pushed the puck. The more you stick handle, the more chance of it bouncing on you, of it hitting some bad ice, or you just simply flub it. And on that one, Foegele goes in and he stick handled back and forth. And then he just eventually lost control of the puck. To me, if your name isn't McDavid or isn't Draisaitl, push the puck in, and then all you need is one little move. Just a little, open the stick up, get the goalie to bite, to freeze his feet, and then fire it into the spot that he's not. But it was a nice move that worked, other than the fact that that's a lot of stick handling that eventually created his own turnover and a grade A+ scoring chance against the Dallas Stars' best defenseman turned into be not even a shot on net. That was a wasted opportunity for the Edmonton Oilers.
I mean, we'll see if they finish off the last 28 seconds here. But again, Rob, PK, very good.
Very good. And again, I criticized the Vancouver Canucks power play coaches for not realizing you cannot carry the puck in against the Edmonton Oilers penalty killers. Well, the Dallas Stars had 7 games worth of film to watch, and they came out trying the same thing. You can't. The Oilers are daring you to dump it in, and Dallas, again, is not wanting to dump it in, and that just plays into the strength of the Oilers penalty killers. And time again, and they just thwarted it right at the blue line. That's frustrating. That gets into the minds of the power play, which eventually bleeds into the 5-on-5 play, because those are all your skilled players that are going out and creating nothing. To me, if they finish off with the kill, that is a big mistake for the Dallas Stars, because the Oilers are going to get a power play. I don't know if they end up even, and I agreed, Bob talked earlier, the Dallas Stars didn't deserve any in the first period, but there will be a penalty or two called. The Oilers power plays, they're going to score a goal in this game, and they're going to have a strong series. And if you aren't going to contribute on your power plays, you are putting a lot of pressure on your 5-on-5 play and a lot of pressure on your penalty killers. So I think that the Dallas Stars, if they don't score on their power plays in this series, they're going to have a hard time beating the Edmonton Oilers 4 times.
We got a brand new 50-50 off and running for the conference final here. It's going to go until 11 p.m. on Game 4, helping Make-A-Wish Canada, YMCA of Northern Alberta, and the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation. Every kid deserves a shot. Jackpot's already $651,000. Early bird draw at 8 for 2 tickets to Game 4 of this series, and at 8:30 for $15,000 cash. No score after 1. Fort Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey.
Oh!
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The save of the game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
Visit accessinsurancegroup.com.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
Believing in yourself takes confidence. At Portage College, 93% of grads say their education gave them the skills and knowledge they needed for their careers. That's the kind of confidence that leads to great results. Learn more at portagecollege.ca.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. Edmonton police have charged a 40-year-old man with second-degree murder in the death of a 15-year-old boy who he had apparently been friends with. Broden Radomski ended up dying at the scene Tuesday night along a dead-end road between Edmonton and St. Albert. The suspect has been identified as Keith James Landry, with an autopsy to be done on Radomski tomorrow, with no word on a possible motive. A 31-year-old man has been charged for his alleged involvement in the death of a man found outside the Royal Alexandra Hospital last week. 31-year-old Irvin Badarm is accused of stabbing 34-year-old Clinton Quintil to death in what appears to have been a random attack. Badarm is also accused of committing a robbery at the Kingsway Transit Station about an hour before the homicide. And 2 male youths ended up being arrested by RCMP today after they allegedly used bear spray during a fight with a student outside Salisbury Composite High School. The victim was treated by Strathcona County Emergency Services with no other students hurt. News on demand at 630ched.com.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes Olive Oil Country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
As the excitement heats up on the ice, why not heat things up at home too with Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. There's no better pairing for hockey than hot, delicious pizza delivered right to your door. So whether you're cheering from the arena or your living room, make sure you've got Pizza 73 on your team. Order now and fuel your playoff passion with the perfect pie. Remember, on game nights, don't just watch, deliver with Pizza 73.
The Intermission, brought to you by Hand of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Okay, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard for Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. NBA Eastern Conference Final, Game 2 tonight. About 4 minutes left in the first half. Celtics lead the Pacers 47-37. Celtics up 1-0 in the series. Blue Jays rolling tonight in the 9th inning. Oh, it's over now. The Blue Jays have beaten the Tigers 9-1. Okay, no scoring in the first between the Oilers and the Stars. Dallas will have 28 seconds left on a power play when we start the second period. Jack and Bob coming up. Fort Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots.
Edmonton, Rogers wants you to stay connected to your Edmonton Oilers.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
Catch every goal on Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network with Rogers 5G mobile plans. To learn more, visit rogers.com/5G. That's rogers.com/5G.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
We welcome you back to Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. No score through 20 minutes. Dallas will be on a power play for the first 28 seconds of this second period. The Napa Auto Parts penalty killing unit, Derek Ryan, takes the opening faceoff and wins it cleanly. Desharnais dashes back, picks it up, scoops, and clears up the right-hand side for Nugent Hopkins, who twists it down the ice. Ekholm rounds out the quartet, and they're doing a phenomenal job throughout this Stanley Cup playoffs. Just 10 seconds left for Dallas. Hitting the line, Stankoven lost the handle. The Oilers flick it back to center. Oilers 50-50 jackpot currently at $660,000. Early bird prize of the night includes 2 tickets to Game 4 of this series. And that'll be played Wednesday night. Nugent Hopkins to Derek Ryan. A short-handed chance, and it's caught cleanly by Ottinger just as Edmonton comes back to full strength. 4 shot on net, likely to be credited as that was ticketed for the upper right corner. Ottinger snared it. 19-21 to go in the second period. Other early bird prize tonight is $15,000 cash. Our latest Oilers 50-50 jackpot benefiting Make-A-Wish Canada, the YMCA of Northern Alberta, and of course the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation.
McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman to start this shift coming out of PK.
As always, McDavid on the face-off, wins it cleanly for Hyman, and he'll roll to the side of the net, and it's kicked out to Brett Kulak. Sent around the boards, Draisaitl looking for McDavid. Good spin move on Matt Duchene. Now played it off the back of the net, fell down. Hyman in front, had a swing at it. Couldn't get it on net. Quick shot, rebound, score! Leon Draisaitl for Brett Kulak. And Edmonton has the first goal of the Western Conference Final. It's 1-0. Leon Draisaitl, the playoffs leading scorer with his 9th of the postseason.
And in the process, he has a point now in all 13 playoff games for the Edmonton Oilers. A fortuitous ricochet. McDavid with a reverse pivot back behind the goal. The puck ricocheted out to the point. To Kulak, his shot got blocked. Fronted there by Essa Lindell, but Leon picked up the loose change. 1-0 Edmonton.
Draisaitl, as Bob said, points in 13 straight games. The all-time playoff record for point streak is Brian Trottier. To start a postseason, he ripped off 18 in a row in 1981.
Well, they won that year.
Sent up the left-hand side, beating the Minnesota North Stars in the final. Sent in deep. Darnell Nurse back to get it. Grabbed in the corner. Sagan. Here's a centering pass that's going to be intercepted and brought the other way by Matthias Janmark. So the Oilers a little spring in their step and a 1-0 lead in Game 1 of the West Final. Sagan trying to answer left to right. Stripped away by Nurse and played over to Matthias Ekholm. The Oilers score on their 4th shot of the hockey game. Just 3 in the first 20 minutes. Nurse to Connor Brown, brushed in by Janmark, and the Oilers get it in deep. Craig Smith fails to clear. Shot by Ekholm, and that deflects right into the Oiler bench. Right by Evander Kane. I mean, that might have given him a closer shave than he'd intended heading into this Game 1 of the West Final. That just missed him. So Draisaitl from Kulak, 58 seconds to time here in this second period, and Edmonton has the first goal of the series. Face off right side of Ottinger. And off that draw, Heiskanen plays it left-hand side. That's also Draisaitl's 40th career playoff goal. Sent in deep by Wyatt Johnston. Skinner to the corner for Draisaitl. Tried to put it on to Kane's stick, but that was intercepted by Robertson and played back behind. If and a second assist on the scoring play, at least as of now. Draisaitl able to nudge it up the right-hand side. It's announced in-house. They haven't credited it yet on the NHL website. Here's a shot from distance taken by Robertson, unable to get it through, gets it back and fires, and Skinner makes the save, and that's another good stop by Stuart Skinner, and he has been tough on Dallas's top guns. He's got Robertson, Sagan a couple of times, Dadonov, Jamie Benn, and Skinner holding sway and preserving the 1-0 lead.
Thought that almost beat him low to the stick side there. Cannot give the Stars second chance opportunities, and that's what happened there. Edmonton had the puck, didn't manage it well. Two right shot guys on the ice to take the draw here. Carrick with a good first period in the circle. Derek Ryan out there with Fogle.
Face-off cleanly won by Duchesne. Shot low to the glove, and a save made by Skinner. No problem with that one off the tape of Ryan Suter. He's now in his 19th season. 15th time to the playoffs. Did not reach the conference final until last year. Off the face-off. Grabbed by Ryan McLeod. Up through the middle. Trayvon Diggs getting a big hand in American Airlines Center. The Dallas Cowboys star cornerback. They still rule the roost in this town. Alabama. Don't you ever forget it. Shot by Fogle. That was blocked by Duchesne. Up the right-hand side, Pavelski angled off. They're not cheering him because he went to the University of Alabama, Bob. McLeod a turnover at center. Here's Duchesne, left wing. Center around the boards. Warren Fogle. Behind the net. Off to Brett Kulak. Serves it up to McLeod. Golfed out to center, and Cece will jump up and from the red line, shovel it in. Ottinger to Ryan Suter. The veteran D-man turns it over at center ice. Bouchard off the steal. Will walk the line. Play is onside. Goes right circle. Wrist shot. Nugent Hopkins. Juicy rebound by Ottinger. And the rebound got it out of the high slot. And Dadonov will churn in from the right-hand side. Ekholm to cut him off. Bouchard coughed it up. Stars work it free along the inboards. Tyler Sagan rolls off the wall. Gets it back from Ben. Knocked off his stick, but hacked back in by Lindell. Played behind the net. Jamie Benn tried to center. One-timer. What a save! Stuart Skinner on Lindell, and here come the Oilers 2-on-1. McDavid and Hyman. McDavid over to Hyman, broken up. Hyman got it back. Second effort. Scores! 5-hole on Ottinger. Powering through Chris Tanev. And Edmonton extends to a 2-0 lead on Hyman's league-leading 12th of the playoffs.
Well, I kind of thought Connor McDavid may be forced to pass through. He had a trailer, Evan Bouchard, but instead he got it to Hyman, but Hyman outmuscled two men in front. And was that Chris Tanev?
Yes.
He hopped inside of Chris Tanev. The strength on the stick, Jack, because he got a two-hander. He got a slash there and stayed with it. And what a play by Hyman. Oilers 2-0.
Time 4:17. Zach Hyman with his 26th goal as an Oiler in 41 playoff games. The only man to score more, Gretzky with 30. Here's Carrick. That is to say, in his first 41 games. Up the right-hand side. Craig Smith. Right wing to Foxa. Gained the line. Nurse turned it back the other way toward Janmark. An attempted clear held in by Foxa. Carrick broke his stick, so it's 5-on-4.5. Dallas trailing by a score of 2-0. As Edmonton getting second period goals from Draisaitl and Hyman 3.5 minutes apart. Connor Brown missed Draisaitl. That'll turn into an icing call with 5 minutes having elapsed here in the second period. Leon Draisaitl and Zach Hyman beating not only Tanev, but even on the weak side, Lindell was kind of getting in there with his stick.
Well,
was unable to stop him.
Important draw here for Draisaitl against Wyatt Johnson, who is a righty.
Draisaitl from Kulak, Hyman from McDavid. And we're at 2-0 with 25 minutes gone in this game. Johnston won the faceoff. Curled back to Kristana. Here's Robertson. Long shot sails wide. Rebound loose in the corner. Desharnais crowding. Stankovic tried to center. That was stymied. Back to the point. Lindell to Tanev. Down low in the corner. Robertson will give it back to Tanev. Middle of the ice, turning and firing, and another save. Stuart Skinner, this time point blank on Wyatt Johnston. And I go back to the first period stops he made off the rush against Donov and Jamie Benn. Helped get him going right away. And Skinner has been perfect, and Dallas has gotten some good looks.
Yeah,
that was
a good save.
Wyatt Johnston, I mean, between circles just above the hashes. You'll take that if you're Dallas. It's your leading goal scorer this season, Wyatt Johnston with 32. Off the draw, hard hit Marchment. Flattened Holloway. The puck ends up underneath Holloway. And a faceoff will come to Skinner's right-hand side.
Brad Hall and the Oilers head pro scout before Brian Marchment's son, Mason Marchment, popped with the Florida Panthers. He predicted that he was going to start scoring about 2 weeks before it happened. And he went just on a lethal run with the Panthers and got himself a nice steal here at the Dallas Stars. And he's a real effective second-line player for them.
Career highs of 22 goals and 53 points this season, and yet another false start in the circle. By the way, they have made it official, giving Hyman an assist on the Draisaitl goal. So Zach Hyman has a goal and an assist in this second period. And Edmonton has turned a scoreless tie where the Oilers managed just 3 shots in the first period. Well, Edmonton's gotten 3 in this period and scored on 2 of them. Off the draw, the Oilers win a battle in the corner. Kulak, right-hand side. He missed Draisaitl. This could be icing. They'll wave it off. Big hit by Kane. He stuck his leg out, got away with it. A clear by Marchment, and Harley none too happy. He's really frustrated right now.
That was penalty.
Lead pass left-hand side. Kane will shoot in off the corner boards. Ottinger leaves it for Heiskanen. Big hit by Holloway, forced a turnover from Heiskanen, and they're going to wave off icing inexplicably as the Stars send it down the left-hand side. Oh, a turnover by Kulak. Waiting, backhander in front, jabbing, scoring, Sagan from Jamie Benn. And Kulak's giveaway translates to a Dallas goal. The Stars are on the board. It's 2-1. Sagan, his 4th of the postseason.
Unbelievable.
Very similar to the Game 7 giveaway by Ryan McLeod. Just whiffing on it. Kulak knew it. Tried to pursue Jamie Benn, who deked Skinner, threw it into the blue paint, and after a couple of whacks at it, Sagan was able to score.
Well, unfortunately, compounding the problem for Brett Kulak, who's had a good playoff, is he couldn't find the loose puck. I mean, that can't happen. Skinner made the right play, dished it off to Kulak. Kulak just needed to make the simple play up the wall, and instead he turns it over, and now Dallas 2-1 game.
Sagan from Benn. Off the face-off. Dallas's Lindell with a giveaway at center. Here's Bouchard. Wrist shot. Missed. High glove on Jake Ottinger. Rebound Kristana. Beaten off the play by Hyman. Dragged it in front. Tanev so effective against Eichel and Nate McKinnon in the first 2 rounds for Dallas. But now against McDavid, he just gave up a 5-on-5 goal. And that time, Hyman almost out-muscled him for another. Here come the Stars through the neutral zone. Skittering his way in with Sam Steele's backhander, high and wide. Rebound off the boards. And we're going to have a penalty for slashing whistled against Dallas. 13:09 to go in the second period. Edmonton a 2-1 lead. No, I'm sorry. It's going to be Bouchard going to the box for a slash. So that's 3 in a row in this game whistled against the Edmonton Oilers. Dallas trailing 2-0 just moments ago, capitalizing on a turnover. And now the Stars will look to tie the game when we come back as an incredulous Bouchard pleads his case in the box. Edmonton 2, Dallas 1. This is game 1 of the Western Conference Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
From your home to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Shots are 12-6 Dallas. The Stars were trailing, though, 2-0. Draisaitl and Hyman scoring to open the second period after a scoreless first. But then a Kulak turnover turned into a Tyler Seguin goal, and now Dallas to the power play as Bouchard whistled for a slash, a face-off to Stuart Skinner's right-hand side. Napa Auto Parts penalty kill, 34 for 37 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Derek Ryan wins another face-off, and Nugent Hopkins whirls and fires it down the ice. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown back at our 630 Ched Studios, flagship home of the Oilers Radio Network. Nugent Hopkins defending his line and backhands it down the ice, forcing Dallas into full retreat. 2-1 Edmonton. As we approach the midway point of the hockey game, Joe Pavelski steers into the offensive zone and finds Jason Robertson top of the right circle. He'll drift down low into the corner and kick it back to Heiskanen, who gets it right back from the high slot. Directs to Robertson. Back to Heiskanen. Steal by McLeod. Got enough on it to deliver to Fogle. Cuts inside on Heiskanen. Drop past Ryan McLeod. Great shot save. Ottinger way out to cut off the angle as Ryan McLeod looking for his first goal since March the 21st. Ottinger makes the save, and the shorthanded chance dies in his pads. 12-14 to go in the second period. But good work by McLeod in the sense that Dallas now must take a draw on its own end halfway through this Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Connor Brown wins a face-off. Desharnais did not crowd the zone, and Dallas trying to get through him. Harley got to the line. Beautiful drag move, kept alive by Stankoven. Harley gives it up, looks to get it back, and does so. Now moves it to Matt Duchene, across to Seguin. Tried to curl it in front. Good steal. And a clear by Ekholm. Bouncing at the line. Dallas had it and lost it. Duchene couldn't control. Got it back. Over to Marchment. Nudged it ahead for Stankoven. Checked by Desharnais. Thrown across to Duchene, top of the right circle. Matt Duchene, the wily veteran, out to the point. Shot. Save made on Harley from distance by Skinner. Duchene the rebound. He'll get it back. Sharp angle. Loads it up. Kicks it out to Harley. From the high slot, Duchene, right circle shot. Save Skinner. Rebound Stankoven. Dallas power play at 10 seconds. Harley can't hold the zone. He'll have to fall back to center. And Edmonton's going to kill off another one. Desharnais reeling in Seguin, who eventually pops it inside the Oiler blue line. Now Bouchard steps out of the box, and Ekholm tries to hit him, but it's broken up by Dallas. The other way, Dadonov cuts inside. Couldn't pull the trigger. Left circle. They'll eventually work it down low in the corner. After it is Craig Smith. Interior pass to Dadonov. Slide step to his right behind the net. Wraparound. Threw it off the skate of Sam Steele. Bob, if Steele finds that puck, it's probably a tie game.
Oilers need a change.
Ekholm bottled up in his own zone. Getting some help from Desharnais. Cleared out by Edmonton. Tanev fell down, got back up, but Janmark thrust it back into the Dallas zone. It's a long change in the second period, of course, and Edmonton finally gets fresh troops out there. McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman fresh off the successful penalty kill. Shot in by Sam Steele. Edmonton on top, 2-1. Here's Stankoven controlling against Bouchard. Swung it back in front. Kulak there to find Draisaitl, and here comes Zach Hyman. He has a goal and an assist in this period. Brushes past Heiskanen, who eventually reels him in, sends it up the left-hand side. Here comes Dallas. Poke check, Kulak. Great play defensively on Jason Robertson up the right-hand side. Cut off at center and shot back in immediately by the star Stankoven. Skinner off to Kulak. McDavid, that puck ate him up a little bit. He was able to recover. Big hit. Hyman leveled Dadonov. That allows McDavid for a drop pass that's stolen by Robertson. Dallas a 2-on-1. Dadonov in over the line. Play was onside. He was dropped in his tracks by Nurse and then belted in the corner by Draisaitl. The puck trickles free, and Bouchard will allow Nurse to skate into it. A miscommunication, and Jamie Benn scampers over and takes control of the Dallas bench. He collides with Hyman. Here's a backhander flicked in by McDavid, and now a line change for Edmonton with 9:10 to play in the second period. Dallas trailing this hockey game by a score of 2-1. Draisaitl and Hyman for Edmonton, Sagan for Dallas. A lot of time being melted here. Alex Petrovic up the left-hand side for Tyler Sagan. Now on the move, a centering pass, a wild one from Harley, and Petrovic will have to back off against Evander Kane. The Edmonton native who played his junior hockey in Red Deer, 6 years with the Panthers, came to Edmonton briefly. Been in the American Hockey League for most of the last 5 seasons. Thrown toward the net by Ceci, grabbed by Ottinger, and time is called with 8:32 remaining in the second period. And Edmonton holding a 2-1 lead on the strength of goals by Draisaitl and Hyman in this second period. We'll be right back with more of Game 1 live from the American Airlines Center in Dallas. It's the Western Conference Final on the Oilers Radio Network.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains. So you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can.
Think you can't go back to school because you have a family or a full-time job? Yes, you can. Northern Lakes College provides a supported distance learning environment, offering a guided learning setting that supports you to succeed and provides the flexibility to suit your lifestyle. Explore programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. The education you want, the flexibility you deserve. NorthernLakesCollege.ca.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Edmonton Oilers with a much better defensive effort tonight on the road in Game 1. Bob, it's almost unbelievable to consider that in the Oilers' last 4 Game 1s on the road in the McDavid era, they've given up 28 goals. Well, tonight, Dallas has been permitted just 13 shots, and Edmonton has scraped out a 2-1 lead here in this second period. 28 goals in 4 Game 1s on the road.
What do you need in terms of good penalty killing? You need a goal, and he's stopping the puck right now.
Well, the penalty killers have done a great job all postseason. They really have. Off the draw, Leon Draisaitl sets up Bouchard. He'll move in the high slot, drift to his left. And Skinner has faced more quality chances here in this game than he did in either of the two in Vancouver to close out the series. Bouchard, one-timer ripped off the crossbar by Ekholm. He misses, giving Edmonton a 3-1 lead by an eyelash. That was absolutely smoked. Ottinger gets a break. Draisaitl through the neutral zone, hits Kane left wing, back to Draisaitl. Tough pass behind him. Not much Leon could do with that pass. Double teamed in the corner, and Dallas able to take control of the puck. Esa Lindell, left wing, on his horse, cutting to his right, and losing the puck was Craig Smith. The Oilers send it back to center. Shoveled off the glass. Ekholm booted it ahead for Kane. He'll backhand it toward the Dallas net. Jake Ottinger, a lifetime save percentage of .917 in the playoffs. Up the right-hand side for Craig Smith. He'll get it in deep. Stuart Skinner's lifetime record 12-9, but a save percentage only .882. McDavid working his way in from the left-hand side, threw it around the board. Ceci chopped it back behind the net. McDavid tried to bank it off Ottinger. Came free to Nugent off the right corner. One-timer, and Hyman had it blocked by Harley. And did Smith get it out? No. Ceci, a good zone keep. Heiskanen back on it for Dallas. He'll spoon it back through the middle, and that's handled by Darnell Nurse. He'll rifle one through the middle. Not much chance.
Went off of this glove.
Went off the glove
of Nugent Hopkins.
Okay, Nugent Hopkins got a piece. I thought it took a weird carom. I couldn't tell where, and indeed, no icing. That was a tough pass. Nugent Hopkins did well to make sure there was no icing, but it's going to be rendered academic when Desharnais takes the icing call up the right-hand boards with 6.5 to go in the second period. Dallas indeed will get an offensive zone draw. The Stars 52-21-9 during the regular season. They beat Edmonton 2 out of 3. They lost an overtime game here to Calvin Pickard back in February. They were just 1 point off the President's Trophy pace set by the New York Rangers, second overall in the league. And it's the third straight year Edmonton has played the #1 seed in its conference. No team has had to do that since Hartford from 1988 through 1991. So whatever you might have thought of the Oilers matchups the first 2 rounds, this is a tough one. Sent in from the left corner by McLeod. Off the pads of Ottinger. Here's a rifle shot by Desharnais. Save and a rebound. McLeod, his backhander, flicked aside by Ottinger. McLeod has gotten a couple of shots away in this game.
Yep.
And Dallas finally digs it out of its own end. But a good pushback that time from Edmonton, looking to stretch its lead rather than trying to sit on anything. McLeod gets it in deep for Warren Fogle, protecting the puck against Ryan Suter. Robertson came over to carve it out of there, and it's cleared by Petrovic up the right-hand side. Center ice, Connor Brown played it back to Darnell Nurse and over to Cody Ceci. Soft chip. Janmark lost the hand and played by Suter up the left-hand side. Here come the Stars. Dadonov shot, saves Skinner. Rebound Dadonov. Hard check. Tries to maintain the puck down low against Sam Carrick, who got it out of there. And here come the Oilers breaking out 3-on-2. Janmark to Brown. He gave it away. Defending up the left-hand side, and the Stars force it back through the middle. Good read by Cody Ceci. The steal, the delivery to Janmark. He collided with Lindell. The outlet to Dadonov. It's away from him, and Skinner wisely gives it up for Darnell Nurse. He smacked it up the right-hand side. Haskin with the interception. Stars left to right, back into the zone. Jamie Benn, wrist shot, fought off by Skinner. Rebound came off the glass, and now with speed, Draisaitl on the attack, right to left. He'll hit the Dallas line. With Edmonton leading 2-1, he'll put it down low for Evander King. Checked off the puck by Heiskanen. Jamie Benn, the Stars captain, will give it to Heiskanen. Launches it up the left-hand side, and that's caught up to by Joe Pavelski. Now driving in left-hand side, and Thomas Harley lost the puck, lost his feet, and allowed Ekholm a routine clear to center ice. Evander King, tough pass, Draisaitl handled it. Cross ice, tipped away from Ekholm. With 4 1/4 to go in the second period, the Oilers have to fall back. Bouchard at his own blue line. Up the right-hand side, it's Harley. Defending well there. Peter DeBoer talked about his defensive improvement over the last couple of years. Joe Pavelski tried to pop it in deep, but Ekholm picked that one off, and he'll skate it up to the red line and send it down deep. Ottinger to handle it to Chris Tanev. Up the right-hand side, you've got Pavelski in over the line. A drop-off by Matt Duchene. Sent around the boards. Marchment, Duchene whiffing on a one-timer. Pavelski. Duchene fighting through a check from McDavid. Played it to the middle. Kulak the steal. McDavid will challenge up the left-hand side against Lindell. He'll just snap it in deep. Ryan Suter could not get it out. Pavelski came down low and flipped it past Cody Ceci. There won't be any icing here with 3:25 to play as the Oilers back in their own zone late second period. Kulak, left-hand side for McDavid. Hacked in eventually by Zach Hyman with a goal and an assist in this second period. And right now it's Hyman who has the go-ahead goal at 2-1. A turnover, Stankover. Desharnais to McDavid. He'll chip and try to get through Ryan Suter. Unsuccessful in that endeavor. Lindell from Suter backhands it up the right-hand side. Icing will be waved off. Desharnais crowding. Skinner recognizing, and he'll pull it to his chest with 2:54 left in this second period. And the Edmonton Oilers still with a 2-1 lead. Draisaitl and Hyman pushing Edmonton out in front 2-0. Sagan has gotten one back for Dallas, but the Oilers continue to maintain the lead in Game 1 of this Western Conference Final as we have way to face off to the left of Stuart Skinner. Now, because that puck was played from beyond center and Skinner elected to freeze it, there's no TV timeout here, and the Stars will get fresh troops out for this offensive zone draw. Jamie Benn will take it to the right of Skinner.
McLeod needs to tie up here, and the Oilers need to crash in and support him.
Jamie Benn works the same as icing. You can pick the circle you want, and Ben will choose the strong side here. Tie up, shot blocked, rebound, another one blocked. Sagan had two chances, Bob, couldn't get it through, and Zach Hyman, under control, will send the rebound through the middle of the ice. McLeod, drop pass, Nurse fires, and a save made by Ottinger. He'll squeeze, and with 2:39 to go in the second period, now we will take the timeout. Oilers have clawed back on the shot clock, and they remain in front, more importantly, in the hockey game. Game 1 of the West Final reads Edmonton 2, Dallas 1, 2:39 to go in period 2. The Oilers Radio Network.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
Blue-collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary. Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
Oilers 50-50 jackpot, more than $760,000 benefiting Make-A-Wish Canada and YMCA of Northern Alberta. And right now you've got about 25 minutes left to get in on the early bird prizing, which tonight, $15,000 cash. Here in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth high atop the American Airlines Center, home of both the Dallas Mavericks and the Dallas Stars. It's Edmonton 2, Dallas 1 in Game 1 of this best-of-7 Western Conference Final. No scoring in the first period. Draisaitl and Hyman with goals here in the second. Tyler Sagan getting one back after an Edmonton turnover. And it's 2-1 as Sagan wins the draw to the right of Jake Ottinger. Ozone start for Edmonton. Draisaitl out there with Kane and Holloway. The Stars will break out left to right. At the line, here's a shot by Jamie Benn. Handcuffed Skinner, but he made the save. Cody Ceci did not get it out. It's Benn to Wyatt Johnston. His backhand to Rappel. Benn, one-timer Sagan stopped, and the rebound hopped through Wyatt Johnston. Good chances for Dallas here. Down low, Johnston redirects one on net. Then floated one in front, in the blue paint. Finally taken out of there and cleared up the left-hand side by Leon Draisaitl. Stars an excellent shift, and Skinner again holding sway, preserving the 2-1 lead in this opener. Cristana skating through the neutral zone for Dallas. Defensive-minded player off to Craig Smith. Centering pass nudged wide by Roddick Boxa. He was dropped to the ice by Draisaitl, who gets it back from Derek Ryan, clears to Evander Kane, and it's backhanded in deep with 90 seconds to go in this second period.
That was the worst shift of the game for the Oilers, 5-on-5 so far, Jack.
Fox up the left-hand side, but Skinner again backing up his solid beginning to the game where he stopped Dadonov and Benn right off the hop. Big hit in the corner. Getting back up is Ekholm. Bouchard at the outlet, and now we've got a penalty. Too many men on the ice.
Dallas bench corner, too many men on the ice.
Time 18:43, and what a time for Edmonton's first power play of the game. A chance to go into the dressing room with perhaps a 2-goal lead instead of just a 1-goal margin. Now the Oilers went a little bit cold late in the Vancouver series, but Ryan Nugent-Hopkins broke a streak of 10 in a row without a power play goal, made it 3-0. At the time, you thought, it's just extra cushion. Well, it turns out to be the game-winning goal, and now the Oilers on the power play, nearly 38% in the series, number 1 in the league, and Dallas's penalty kill has been dreadful at 69%. After a good regular season where they were at 82%. Here's Nugent-Hopkins off the draw, McDavid. Atco power play, Edmonton's first of the game. McDavid gets it back from Bouchard. One-timer and a save made by Draisaitl. Hyman couldn't get to the rebound. Sam Steele wires it down the left-hand side. The Stars were ranked 8th in the league in penalty killing during the regular season. Haven't found it yet in the postseason. Nugent-Hopkins gains the line. Checked by Foxa. Comes up with a puck. Turns and delivers one down the right-hand side.
I think Nugent's got to shoot the puck there right away on that power play.
Here's a drop-off. Skinner to McDavid. Weaving his way through the neutral zone out wide. A wrist shot tried to wrong foot Ottinger, who made the glove save. One and done for the Oilers as the rebound cleared by Esa Lindell. But that's McDavid generating a chance by his lonesome. Final 20 seconds of the period. Dropped off by Bouchard. McDavid on rushing. Over the line, Nugent-Hopkins. Curled it back to Bouchard. 12 seconds. Nugent-Hopkins firing. That went off a skate. And now handling and sending it around the right-hand side. Getting it out, Wyatt Johnston, and that likely will be all. Bouchard, a blast at the horn, a save made by Ottinger, and the Oilers will go to the dressing room with a 2-1 lead through 40 minutes. Edmonton only twice in this Stanley Cup playoffs, and this is now 13 games. The Oilers have only trailed twice after 2 periods. They're now a plus 15. They've outscored their opponents 36-21 in the first 2 periods of what now enters the 3rd round of the playoffs. That's a way for success, obviously, Bob, to get ahead and stay ahead. And Stuart Skinner and the penalty kill, 2 big reasons why the Oilers are still ahead in this game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, a real good push from Dallas. So the Oilers basically scored on 2 of their first 4 chances in this hockey game. And the other 2 chances, they didn't get shots on goal. So they got some, Draisaitl found some loose change off a ricochet, put the puck in the net, and then Hyman stuck with it with a Zach Hyman type of goal. Kulak, I used the line yesterday in football. They talk about defensive backs, and it's not how you cover, it's how you recover. Well, for Brett Kulak, he's recovered well after turning that puck over, and that's part of,
What about Ryan McLeod?
I think
this is one of his best games, and he's coming off a tough game.
And the Oilers need his speed. The one thing Edmonton has, Dallas has depth through their lines. There's no question. Now, they don't have rope hits, but Edmonton has speed in all 4 lines. They got McDavid on the first line. They got Holloway can really wheel on the second line. They got McLeod who can transport the puck on the third line. And And the four guys on the flank, or the fourth-line wingers on the flanks, Janmark and Connor Brown both can skate. They can both get up and after it. And the penalty killers have been critical. Edmonton does have 43 seconds to work with on the power play. Jack, Elias Lindholm won a ton of draws against Leon Draisaitl as that series went on against Vancouver. Edmonton got a face-off win, and I think they had an opportunity right off the draw to take it to the net, and they didn't. And I wondered if there was 43 seconds left in the power play instead of the power play.
You think sometimes urgency helps this power play funnel pucks to the net earlier?
Yes, and they've got 43 seconds left here to work in the power play to start the third period. Get the puck in their zone and get it to the net and attack the net. So here's a quick scouting report. We talked about the fact with Artur Shilovs that one of the challenges for him was what?
Locating pucks through
screens, right? Well, here's the thing for Ottinger, okay? He's a really good goaltender. He's better at puck tracking than Artur Shilovs, but he does spill rebounds off of long-distance shots. Number two, he almost overcommits to the short side. I hate seeing goalies give up goals to the short side. Personally, if I was to coach, I'd say shoot to the short side. He makes sure he doesn't give those up, and part of the reason is I think forwards, when they take that long, go to the far side, you're in danger of starting a 3-on-2 the other way if you miss the net, right? The Oilers, and then wraparounds. Because he plays so tight to his near side post in the wraparound, sometimes you can get him on a wraparound. Those are three things to look forward to. This guy's a really good goaltender. He's got great career numbers in the playoffs. But Edmonton's got to get a couple more pucks to that. They've changed the shots again. Edmonton's only 2 shots behind Dallas in this game, and the Stars have had 3 full power plays to work with. Important power play to start period 3 here for Edmonton for 43 seconds. But they've been okay. They've been okay in this game. They've had one shift 5-on-5 that I haven't liked.
Well, they're leading a team that had 113 points during the regular season.
But a team that doesn't play great to start playoff series.
They're 3-4.
Yeah, and at greater home.
But I mean, my point is, they're better than okay.
They're right there.
They're leading the game, and that's ultimately what you want. The result on the scoreboard: Edmonton, Dallas. Again, the Stars took the regular season series. Both teams have had trouble in openers, and right now Edmonton has a 2-1 lead in this opener. Draisaitl and Hyman with the goals. Hyman assisted on Draisaitl's goal. That staked Edmonton to a 2-0 lead. Sagan got one back after a tough turnover charge to Brett Kulak, but it's still 2-1, and the Oilers, as Bob reminded you, will be on the power play to start the third and presumably final period. Edmonton 7-1 in the playoffs when it leads through 40 minutes of play, as it does tonight in Game 1 at American Airlines Center. Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown are next. This is 4 Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Kemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Kemco? Because Kemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Kemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit Kemco.com/careers today.
What is Stack TV? You guys missed a lot. It's a streaming service that bundles the biggest channels and hottest shows together for one low price. You guys are going to want to see this. Where $12.99 gets you hit shows like Dr. Death, FBI, and Rick and Morty.
Fine, I'll call that one legit.
And that same $12.99 gets you Reality Gold. From Slice, Food Network, and HGTV. All right. That is Stack TV.
Who's ready to watch?
Stack TV. Try it free. Applicable membership required. Restrictions apply.
At the Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Jamie Benn tried to center. What timer? What a save! Stewart Skinner on Lindell, and here come the Oilers 2-on-1. McDavid and Hyman. McDavid over to Hyman, broken up. Hyman got it back. Second effort. Scores! 5-hole on Ottinger. Powering through Chris Tanev. And Edmonton extends to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Hyman not giving up there. Muscles in his 12th of the playoffs. That you're looking at the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winner's zone. Draisaitl and Hyman for the Oilers. Seguin for Dallas. So 2-1 Edmonton after 2 periods. Rob Brown. And the Oilers struck early. They kill off the penalty. Draisaitl, Hyman, Nugent-Hopkins go on the ice, and Draisaitl bangs in his 9th of the playoffs.
Yeah, it was a broken play, and the Oilers are very fortunate. A couple breaks. First, Pavelski, he falls as he's about to put the puck out of the zone. Then a blocked shot goes towards Draisaitl, wide open net. But the broken plays were created by stress on the Dallas players because the Oilers got the puck in deep. They had a couple good opportunities. They weren't able to get the puck out, and then the stress of being in their own zone the whole time created an opportunity for Leon. And when Leon gets it there, he's not going to miss. So a big goal for the Oilers in a very low-event game. At that point, I believe the Oilers had killed off a couple Dallas Star penalties for power plays, and you come back and respond. So Leon continues his assault on the scoring title here in the playoffs. Is another goal to add to his, I do believe that's 13 straight games that he's got a point in now.
Yeah, every playoff game so far. Hyman goal there, the 2-on-1 was broken up. He just kept at it, and he scores. And then I guess shades of Game 7 a little bit. McLeod 3 days ago, Kulak there just whiffed on a pass to move the puck up the ice, and Ben jumps on it. Seguin finishes.
Yeah, mistakes happen, and unfortunately for the Oilers, it was capitalized on by Seguin. We saw it earlier in the game where Heiskin, the best player of the Dallas Stars, he does the same thing. He makes a big mistake, and Fogle gets a breakaway. They got the save on this one. Kulak makes the mistake, and Skinner does a great job. Skinner takes everything away from Jamie Benn. The second mistake, though, for Brett Kulak was when he went back to the net, he wasn't able to get the stick of Seguin. So the puck just laid there in front. Seguin outbattled Kulak, and a very important goal for the Dallas Stars, because 2-0 going into the third, big difference in 2-1. And if the Oilers had scored the next goal to extend it, this game would be over. The Dallas Stars have some life because they took advantage of a mistake.
Shots are 18-16 for Dallas, 13-11 in that period. Again, I know we talked about him after the first period. I think this has been a really good start for Skinner to this point.
Oh, excellent start for Skinner. He's made some big saves. Dallas had some good looks in the second period. Robertson had a couple. Seguin had a couple. Ben did. You know, the big names for the Dallas Stars had some good shots on net from grade A scoring places. And Stuart Skinner did a really good job of tracking pucks and then controlling the rebound. So yes, there was fear, I am sure, in Edmonton after a couple games and Vancouver didn't go Skinner's way and being pulled. But in the first 40 minutes of this Western Conference final, Stuart Skinner has given the Oilers everything that they need. We talked about a couple big saves he had to have. He has. I imagine in the third period they're going to need 1 or 2 more, as this Dallas team is relentless and they will continue to push. So the one thing that we saw in that period, when one team has some offensive juice going, when they're pushing and pushing hard, as Dallas was, you can get odd man breaks. The Dallas Stars got a wide open chance by Lundell. He walks down the slot. Skinner makes the save, but as soon as he walked in, that turned into a 2-on-1 with a high rebound. So the Edmonton Oilers have to do a better job of taking away the grade A scoring chances, but there will be opportunities going the other way. And as you see with Hyman's goal, you fight for it in front of the net, you can put the puck in behind Ottinger.
Rob, just in our final minute here, there was some video of Leon Draisaitl using a lighter on the end of his stick. What's he doing there?
Well, he just put the cigarette away, Reed. You didn't see that on TV. My guess is, I don't know. I watched possibly burning the end off some tape so that it stays. But when they showed that, I have never in my life seen a hockey player pull out a lighter on a bench. I've seen a couple guys in the dressing room light up cigarettes, but I've never seen a guy on the bench have a lighter. So I was just as shocked as you were, Reed, when I saw Leon with a lighter lighting his stick on fire. But it was hot in that period as he scored a big goal. Yeah,
well, we saw Letestu with the mustard a few years ago. I got to ask him about that. We'll have to find out exactly what Leon's plan there is with the lighter. All right, 2-1, Oilers leading the Stars. after 2 periods. It's game 1 in Dallas. I'm at Rogers Place for the watch party. Another great enthusiastic crowd here for this one. You can go to the Oilers website to try to grab $5 tickets for Saturday's watch party for game 2. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across oil country as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange, dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry, it's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary, and for more information, head to avdiamond.ca today.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they're the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. The Alberta government is clawing back parts of a bill that would have given Premier Danielle Smith and her cabinet the power to unilaterally fire mayors and councillors, but a spokesperson for most of the province's municipalities says the changes will not calm local leaders who are worried the proposed legislation remains an undemocratic power grab. The changes to the bill mean cabinet could only oust locally elected officials by ordering a recall vote. With people living longer, but with more complex healthcare needs, more funding is being put towards seniors' care ahead of an expected surge in demand. The federal government and the province of Alberta have signed an Aging with Dignity funding agreement that will see $627 million spent over the next 5 years on home care and continuing care initiatives. And the establishment of a women's professional basketball team in Toronto comes at a critical moment for the growth of women's sports. A report released last month by Canadian Women and Sport found 2 in 3 Canadians between the ages of 13 and 65 consider themselves to be fans of women's sports. News on demand at 630ched.com.
Blue-collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top shelf finishes at no additional cost. Because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
From your home to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822. At the Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
All right, let's check the scoreboard presented by Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Celtics, Pacers playing the second game of the NBA Eastern Conference Final, and with about 3.5 left in the fourth, Celtics have the edge here, 113-99. If they win, they go up 2-0 in the best of 7. Blue Jays getting by Detroit today in style, 9-1, out hitting the Tigers 13-5. Draisaitl, Hyman, and Seguin, the goal scorers in the second period. Oilers lead Dallas 2-1 heading to the third period of the first game of the NHL's Western Conference Final. Jack and Bob coming up for Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, they trimmed another shot off Dallas's total. Wow. 10 shots credited to the Stars in the second period, 13-10. Edmonton, 17-16 for the game. Oilers on an Atco power play, your trusted Alberta retailer, to start the third period. Drop of the puck, Draisaitl wins the faceoff from Roddick Faksa, and we're underway. 40 seconds on the man advantage. Bouchard will snap it on net. Ottinger feeds one, and it's ripped up the left-hand side and out by Asa Lindell. Bouchard will catch up to it at his own blue line. McDavid and Nugent-Hopkins to his left. McDavid carries it in, gives it up for Leon Draisaitl. Shrugs off a check from Lindell in the corner, centering past McDavid, stolen and cleared by Sam Steele, and that chases Edmonton back with just 10 seconds left in the man advantage. The score is 2-1 Edmonton. A scoreless first period. Draisaitl and Hyman gave Edmonton a 2-0 lead. Seguin got one back. Here's McDavid through one man, through a second man. Tried to feather one through, broken up. Shot by Bouchard, tipped wide by Hyman in front. Bouchard giving it by McDavid. He turns and fires. Rebound. And that was drilled wide by Darnell Nurse, who could not hit the net from a tough angle outside the left faceoff circle. Now McLeod onto the ice. We'll give it up for Zach Hyman, who scored his 12th goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs earlier in tonight's game. Right now, it would be the game winner. But Edmonton still has 19 minutes to negotiate. Duchesne carries it out. Angled off by Desharnais and left by Skinner in the corner for McLeod. Up the middle. Race for the puck. And Fogle unable to beat Alex Petrovic back for that puck. And it's icing against the Edmonton Oilers, who lead this game 2-1 with 18:35 left in regulation. Game 2 will be Saturday evening. We'll have it for you 6 Mountain right here on the Oilers Radio Network. Then games 3 and 4 Monday and Wednesday night at Rogers Place in Edmonton. 7:30 game time.
What a story Alex Petrovic is, Jack.
5 years in the American Hockey League. Bobby played 1 game in the NHL this season, and that was it for the last 5 years.
And he's moved ahead of Nils Lundqvist here in the pecking order in Dallas.
Well, I mean, for starters, he had to move past Derek Pouliot and some of those guys in Dallas's farm team. Yanni Hakanpaa not ready for action just yet.
That's a big loss for them. He's an excellent shutdown defenseman.
Our colleague Cam Moon is a big fan of Yanni Hakanpää. I think it's something to do with his name. I'm not quite certain. Off the right-hand side. Ryan Suter to Jamie Benn. He'll backhand it in deep. Stuart Skinner to handle. He'll dish. Lead pass. Brett Kulak all of a sudden wide open. Streaking down the right-hand side. A shot and a save made by Ottinger. Suter let Kulak shoot that one from distance. And Ottinger made a sure-handed save. His 16th of the night. But he's being outdueled by Skinner. And Bob, I hate to keep beating the proverbial dead equine, but I felt like Skinner saves back-to-back on Donanov and Ben early. While a bad chance to give up, no question. Nevertheless, I think that was a much-needed shot of confidence right off the hop for Skinner. Off the face-off, whistled into the waiting catch glove, then he dropped it. Ottinger and Carrick could not bury the rebound. Ottinger spilled a rebound. Here's Anmark looking backdoor for Carrick and missed him. CC winded around. Good shift here. Carrick sets a screen for Connor Brown. Out to Kulak. His shot. And this time Ottinger able to gobble it up with no rebound. But that was an unforced error by Ottinger. Kind of a high to the glove side shot by CC. Should have been one of those where you stick it in your hip pocket and wait for a draw. And all of a sudden things got hairy.
And we talked about the fact that he's good at tracking through screens, but sometimes he spills rebounds, and that's what happened in that situation. No goaltender's perfect.
Face off, right side of Ottinger. Is that a fact? No one has ever had a 1,000 save percent?
I'm pretty sure.
Even in relief for like 3 minutes? Here's Jason Robertson. Back to center. Knocked down by Bouchard. Oilers bring it the other way. Wristed down deep by Nugent Hopkins. Chris Tanev up the right-hand side. Taken away by McDavid. Oilers have something brewing here. Nugent Hopkins tried to roll to the middle, lost his balance, and a clear by Tyler Seguin winds up into the bench. So a face-off will come to Jake Ottinger's right-hand side. 17-14 to go in the game. And Edmonton at one point in this game was outshot 14-9. Since that point, they've registered 12 of the game's 16 shots, and they've preserved a 2-1 lead in the process.
They've started to shoot more, too, when they've had chances. Can't pass it into the net.
Draisaitl wins the face-off cleanly to Nurse. Now Desharnais looking to give it up. Draisaitl gave way to Dylan Holloway, operating deep right corner. Working off a check, curled it in front, over the backhand of a reaching Leon Draisaitl, who played it back to Desharnais. His shot wobbles wide on a deflection. Heiskanen able to pick it up for Dallas. Turned over right in front of the net. Harley snared it away from Evander Kane. That was almost disaster. And now Harley another giveaway in his own zone. And this time Kane powers his way into possession behind the net. Harley given a third opportunity to clear. And this time he'll rush the puck and give it away at center ice. Draisaitl the steal. Steps back in. Nurse a shot. A save made by Jake Ottinger. Wristed around the boards. Hard hit on Nurse. Leon Draisaitl on the puck. He'll shovel it down low. Got through Harley. Here's Dylan Holloway. Tried to center, and that was picked off and flipped out of the zone by Mason Marchment. That was a tough shift for Thomas Harley. He gave Edmonton 3 or 4 good looks. Ekholm up the left-hand side. Derek Ryan got it in deep. Ryan Suter off the boards. Warren Fogle able to close quickly. Big hit as he was leveled by Alex Petrovic. Stepping up, Matthias Ekholm down low for Fogle. Tried to sneak it inside. That's intercepted. Stars working up the left wing boards, and Radek Faksa cut off by Ryan McLeod. Gets it back to Ekholm. He'll dump it in.
Excellent job and support there by Ryan McLeod.
Lead pass left wing. Sam Steele. Wrist shot off the rush. And that missed high blocker. Jamie Benn against Brett Kulak. Up the left-hand side, Nugent Hopkins. Zach Hyman had it poke checked away by Lindell. Swept back in by Nugent-Hopkins. Chris Tannen is on the puck for Dallas. Stars in the green, Oilers in the white. Here comes Dallas right to left. Chipped in by Wyatt Johnston. Jamie Benn will hunt it down. Checked by Cody Ceci. 15 minutes to go in Game 1 of the West Final. Edmonton 2, Dallas 1. All the scoring in the second period. Benn protecting on the right half boards. Draisaitl and Hyman with the Oiler goals. Tyler Seguin with the only goal that's gotten through Skinner. Here's a man coming off the board, Stankoven, with a backhand flip over the net, short side. Rebound picked up and cleared to Connor McDavid. Gathered by Nugent-Hopkins and shoveled behind the Dallas net. Chris Tannen up to Stankoven. Right-hand side and tossed in eventually by Wyatt Johnston. Stankoven, of course, was Canadian Hockey League Player of the Year, 2022, two-time World Junior Gold Medalist as well.
He's got real slick mitts.
Flipped up the left-hand side by Heiskanen. Darnell Nurse turned it over. Seguin could not get through Matthias Janmark, who's with Sam Carrick in over the line. Fourth line for the Oilers, bottling the Stars up in their own end. Finally, Robertson out. Over the line, Dadonov. Left circle, defending, centering pass. Nurse forced a tough pass that was picked off by Sam Carrick on a deflection. He gave it away at the Dallas line. Robertson down the middle. Seguin a wrist shot, and closing quickly was Evan Bouchard to disrupt and force that shot wide.
Carrick's got to put the puck in a little bit better spot there, Jock.
Golfed out by Evander Kane. Here's Esa Lindell, right-hand side for Chris Tannen. Wired down the middle for Marchment. He'll give it up. Seguin snapped it on net. Save made by Skinner. Rebound picked up by Evander Kane, and he'll skate it swiftly up to the red line and make sure to dump it in. Stars get it. Holloway finishes his check. Marchment up the left-hand side. And skating through traffic is Duchesne, but it was pulled free by Leon Draisaitl, who took the hit to make the play and pump it right back into the Dallas zone. Pavelski off the wall. Matt Duchesne down the right-hand side. Checked off the puck by Leon Draisaitl. He'll nudge it over to Bouchard. We're down to 12:50 to play in the hockey game. Edmonton leads Game 1 of the West Final 2-1. Chipping and charging is Fogle. He's got Derek Ryan heading to the front of the net. Ryan with support. Over to Kulak. Cody Ceci, right point fire. That was blocked by Foxa. And the Stars break out right to left. But Fox's stick was shattered. He had to go get new lumber. And that allows Ceci to pick up the puck in stride up the left-hand side for Fogle. Now Edmonton breaks out left to right. It's McLeod who shoots it in. Ottinger rolls it over into the feet of Harley. Left-hand side for Craig Smith. And here come the Stars. Back through the neutral zone. Suter a shot. That was forced wide and paddled into the corner by a suddenly confident-looking Stuart Skinner. And the Oilers come away with control of the puck. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Soft chip. Hyman will skate into it right-hand side. He'll protect. Tried to burrow his way to the middle, then out to Bouchard. Right point shot. Ottinger down and out. It's still loose above the blue paint. McDavid gives it up. Ekholm wired it wide. Rebound. Nugent-Hopkins back behind the net for Hyman. Popped off his stick. Johnston comes over to challenge McDavid. It was held in by Ekholm. Suter trying to muster a clear. He does for Foxa. And with 11:35 to go, Ekholm takes over. Hits McDavid in stride over the line. Right circle to the net. Ottinger a save. Rebound loose in the blue paint, and the Stars are able to snatch and clear. Ekholm shoveled it back down low. Laid ahead for Jamie Benn. Now Stankoven crisscrossing. Right circle. Shot blocked. Got it back. Rebound Johnston. And he fired it off a stick and out of play. That was a painful block for Matthias Ekholm, but nevertheless an effective one. And with 11:13 remaining in the opener of this Western Conference Final, it's Edmonton 2, Dallas 1. The Stars have been limited to just 2 shots in the final period, but a long way from home as Edmonton looks for a win on the road to begin this best-of-7 trip. So with the winner heading to the Stanley Cup Final. This is the Stanley Cup playoffs at Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey. Ow!
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The save of the game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
Visit accessinsurancegroup.com.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
2-1 hockey game, 11:13 to go, third period. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Edmonton has not trailed at any point tonight. Leads 2-1. Face-off Johnson and Draisaitl, and off the draw, it's Darnell Nurse, who's able to hoist the puck inside the Dallas line. Turned over, Fogle a shot, right circle, and that ended up out of play with 11:01 remaining in the third period. And the Oilers leading by the slimmest of margins, 2-1. Pete DeBoer coaching in his 7th conference final. And Bob, I think it's safe to say, if there's one outcome we don't want in this series, it's probably a Game 7.
He seems to win them, doesn't he?
8-0 in Game 7s, including in the first round against the Vegas Golden Knights, a series that the Stars were in a 2-0 hole in after dropping the first two at home. Their danger of letting Game 1 get away at home again. They were beaten in overtime in round 2 at home by the Colorado Avalanche. A game they led 3-0 at one point. They have not led at all in this game. Off the draw, Jamie Benn flicked it ahead. Stankoven put it in deep, but when he tried to center, Evander Kane was there to make the steal, and the clear off the skate to Dylan Holloway. Heiskanen down the middle. Stankoven, left circle. Wyatt Johnston, poke checked by Vinny Desharnais. That long stick just pressuring Wyatt Johnston. If you're familiar with bobble hockey, it's almost like he's a winger on that one side with that long stick. Here's Dylan Holloway. Up the right-hand side, over the line, Darnell Nurse. Trying to shake free of Heiskanen, threw it toward the middle, picked off by Stankoven. Lead pass left wing, Jason Robertson. In over the line, Tyler Seguin, right circle. Centering pass, and that's intercepted by Nurse. Telegraphed it, and the Oilers will drop it deep into the right-hand corner. Robertson with a turnover, and now Hyman trying to make Dallas pay. Hyman collided with the referee. He was not happy with that incident, and the Stars come the other way. Lead pass left wing off the skates of Evgeny Dadonov. Out to Chris Tanev. Waited too long and shot it right into McDavid's skates. Behind the net, Dadonov lost the handle, and the Oilers will bust out. Hyman to Nugent-Hopkins. Back to Zach Hyman. To Nugent-Hopkins. A backhander clipped the side of the net on his way by, right-hand side. Rebound Dadonov on his backhand. He'll find Matt Duchene. McDavid trying to reel him in. Duchene shrugged him off at center ice, cut to his left, and sent it down deep. 9:15 to play in the third period. The Oilers have allowed only 2 shots on net in this third period. More than halfway home. Oilers 2, Stars 1. Carrick backhands it in deep. Dallas's Ryan Suter to pick it up for the Stars. Under pressure, right-hand side, Petrovic gave it away. Janmark tried to jam it in front for Connor Brown. That was deflected. Brown wrists blasted it around the boards. Marchment first on the puck. Took the hit to make the play. Slashed away from Pavelski. Edmonton's offside left to right. That's a good call. 8:48 to play in the third. The Oilers, a solid game one effort on the road, but they're not there just yet. 8:48 remaining. Game one of the Western Conference Final. Edmonton 2, Dallas 1. Draisaitl and Hyman the goals. Stuart Skinner, 18 saves and net. We're right back to American Airlines Center in just a moment with more third period play-by-play. The Oilers Radio Network.
At Northern Lakes College, students work, raise their family, and complete their certificate, diploma, or partnership degree. With NLC's supported distance learning model, you can do it all in a flexible online classroom. Programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. Skate into your new career in a learning environment that works for you. NorthernLakesCollege.ca. Everywhere you need them to be.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains. So you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know what I'm a fan of? Alberta. The wide open spaces, the highways and byways, and a rugged, beautiful terrain that I'm proud to call home. Maybe that's why I'm also a fan of my Ford F-150. It's tough, capable, and smart, which makes it a natural fit for roads like these. So if it's a new truck you're looking for, look no further than the truck Albertans love to drive, F-150. Head into your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
8:48 to play in the third period. Draisaitl wins a neutral zone faceoff. He's out there with Kane and Dylan Holloway. Oilers have played very well on the road in a game one of the Western Conference Final. Batted out of midair by Dallas. Picked up by Draisaitl at his own blue line. Kane got a puck touch, so no icing as Ottinger steers it over to Heiskanen. Stars break out. Thomas Harley in over the line. Challenging. Couldn't get through Cody Ceci. Tried to pick it up in center in one motion and failed to do it. Evander Kane sends it out for Holloway. And at center ice, he'll hit the Dallas line with a certain degree of speed. Draisaitl backhands it off the boards. One time by Nurse and a save made by Jake Ottinger with 8:03 remaining in this third period. And Edmonton leading the Dallas Stars by a count of 2-1. And it's worth noting the Stars have just 2 third-period shots in a game-day trail in the first 12 minutes of this third period.
Oilers had both Evander Kane and Dylan Holloway in front of that. Holloway on that low heater from Darnell Nurse couldn't get enough of a deflection redirection on it, and Ottinger squared up and made a good stop.
McDavid between Nugent Hopkins and Hyman, who has a goal and an assist tonight. McDavid won it cleanly. Blasted off the inboards by Ekholm. Trying to work his way through was Chris Tanev. He'll give it up the left-hand side, Lindell, and that's clubbed down the wall by Ben. That should be icing, and there's the whistle with 7:49 left in regulation as Edmonton looks to win on the road. Since January the 1st, these are the 2 best teams in the Western Conference, and sure enough, they meet in the conference final. In fact, the Oilers, over that stretch, actually lead the Stars by a game. 39-16-5 as compared to the Stars 38-17-5. Off the draw, it's Dallas collecting in its own end. Stars had not played for 6 days. Edmonton won a Game 7 on the road Monday night in Vancouver. Hyman put it in off the boards. Tanev thought it went off an official. Never mind, got it up to Stanko. Down the right-hand side, cut off by Bouchard. Jamie Benn comes over to help out. Here's Chris Tanev. Tried a centering pass. That was deflected. Around the boards, Lindell. Throws it around. Tanev picked it up, guided it back. Jamie Benn, long shot, blocked. Rebound, Nugent Hopkins to McDavid. Lindell trying to get back. McDavid, left circle, and Lindell did a good job. took him out of a shooting lane and forced it wide. Here's Jamie Benn. Weaving his way through the neutral zone. He gave it away. That's excellent defense by the often underrated Esa Lindell. He's been a good player for a long time for Dallas.
Well, they've always known what they've had on him. Doug Overton, their former pro scout who's no longer with us, was the first guy to tell me about how good Lindell was going to be.
Here's Darnell Nurse. Challenged up ice by Tyler Seguin with 6.5 to go in the third period. Nurse sent it off the glass, bouncing puck, and that'll turn into an icing call. Petrovic got back in time. 6:34 to play. Bit of an unforced error there.
Now you need a important draw here.
Face off to the right of Stuart Skinner. Edmonton 2, Dallas 1. No scoring in the first period. Draisaitl on a rebound, a deflection of a Kulak shot. 58 seconds into the second period. Hyman the second assist, and Hyman converting from McDavid. It wasn't a great pass, but he powered through 2 Dallas Stars and beat Ottinger 5-hole. Then off a turnover, Tyler Seguin cut it to 2-1, and that's where we've been ever since. Face-off won by Ryan McLeod. He's had a good playoffs when it comes to the circle. And eventually it's launched down the ice by Fogle. Good touch on that as it landed like a lob wedge, so no icing. Connor Brown got in deep on Heiskanen and Harley to create some pressure. Marchment cross ice to Matt Duchesne. Right circle against Kulak. Couldn't get a clean shot away. Well defended by Kulak. And it rolls at the feet and is covered by Stuart Skinner. With 6:08 remaining in the third period as Sam Carrick and Mason Marchment briefly come together.
Those both Maple Leaf farmhands at one time.
Mason Marchment, of course, coached by Chris Knobloch, played for the Erie Otters in the Ontario Hockey League. His dad, as Bob alluded to, dear friend of some of our colleagues, including Louis DeBrusk, played nearly 1,000 games in the National Hockey League. Face-off win for Seguin. Here's a shot by Heiskanen, and that was ripped blocker side, but high. Harley trying to keep the zone against Ryan McLeod. Did so for a moment. Draisaitl threw it around the boards for Kulak. Off the right-hand side, Kane trying to make a play off the half wall, fished it out, but that'll turn into icing against Edmonton with 5:48 on the game clock. It's still 2-1 for Edmonton. Dallas finally just got its third shot of the entire period. Bob, the Oilers limited Vancouver to 32 shots over the last 2 games of that series. They've given Dallas just 20 tonight.
Important face-off coming up here for Edmonton.
Off the draw, Edmonton able to brush it back to center. Vander Kane and Leon Draisaitl combining on that effort. Then too hard up the right-hand boards. That's another icing call against Cody Ceci, and a face-off will come back to Skinner's right-hand side as the lyrics of John Bon Jovi reverberate through this cavernous facility. 18,352.
Oilers at 51% in the face-off circle in this game. 61% against 53 here, Jack.
Yeah, Ben and Draisaitl, 2 good face-off guys. Ben tops in the playoffs thus far. Won it cleanly. Wyatt Johnston could not find it, though, and Holloway put it on the tape of Evander Kane. Left wing out wide, takes a shot and a save made by Jake Ottinger. Cleared by Stankoven beyond the reach of Jamie Benn and shot back in by Evan Bouchard. Harley to Benn. He'll dump it in toward the net. Stewart guides to the corner. Bouchard avoids the thunderous hit from Ben. Crosses Johnston. That's intercepted and cleared by Evander Kane. Reaching it first will be Esa Lindell. Edmonton a partial change. Lead pass Marchment. Poke checked away by Ekholm. Nugent Hopkins blasted by Marchment. Rebound up the middle. Evan Bouchard. That sails all the way to the Dallas line. Gathered by Tana. Put it up the right-hand boards. Nugent Hopkins got back on top of it for Edmonton. Oilers locked down defense thus far in the third period. And they've done it as a team, and they haven't really sat back. Here's Ekholm winding it up and firing it back in from center. Lindell unable to dig it out of the corner. Duchesne, same thing. Zach Hyman's on the puck. This is Hyman's game all night. He's factored in both Edmonton goals. It's 2-1 for the Oilers. McDavid comes over to force it free. Off the boards, Desharnais shot deflected, pinballed around. Suter sends it up for Joe Pavelski from center ice. He'll shoot it in. 4 minutes to go in the third period. The Oilers with a puck. Nurse lays it off glass. Nugent-Hopkins knocks it down back towards center. Petrovic cut it off, trying to get it in deep. Robertson couldn't do it. A second time, he will lob it toward the net. Big bounce in the circle. Played to the corner by Desharnais. Johnston trying to get back on top of it for Dallas. Now it's Tyler Seguin, defended by Nurse. Centering pass broken up by Desharnais. Held in by Petrovic. Played back behind the net, Jason Robertson. He'll send it off the boards. Petrovic fired. That was deflected. He hasn't scored a goal since 2018. Rister in front. Deflected right to Seguin. And he ties the game. Seguin got a ricochet right to him and scores his second of the night. It's the equalizer with 3:23 to play in this third period. The Stars needed a bounce, and they got one. That wasn't a set play, Bob. Just a friendly ricochet.
The last 4 minutes, Edmonton spent too much time in their own zone. And that time, their third line, which has been pretty good territorial in this game. Oilers had an overload on the one side of the ice. And Desharnais, Nurse had Dadonov in front. Desharnais leaned in.
Went right off Nurse's skate, right to Seguin.
He'll never score an easier goal. Ever. He's had 2 easy ones in this one. Oilers gave away one.
Oh, here's the turnover. Breakaway. Holloway, reshot, save. Ottinger flailing, and he stuck out the right pad and stopped Holloway. That could have been the game breaker. Stars force it back through the middle. Draisaitl knocked off balance. Ceci thundered into in the corner. Kane on it for Edmonton. Cross ice to Kulak. Served it up for Draisaitl. Checked off the puck. One-timer Kane, and a glove save made by a lunging Ottinger. 2:47 to go in the third period. We are tied at 2. Seguin, the equalizer, the only man to beat Stuart Skinner tonight. Robertson, the primary assist, along with a friendly bounce off a Nurse's skate, and Holloway unable to elevate it over the outstretched right pad of Jake Ottinger, who may have just saved the game for Dallas. It's a 2-2 tie. It's game 1 of the West Final, and it continues after this on the Oilers Radio Network.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of Oil Country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent, featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. Situated in the heart of Ice District, Sky is the address for socializing, dining, entertainment, and fun. A building like no other in a location like no other. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Rogers customers and hockey fans. Rogers wants you to win big this Stanley Cup playoffs.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
You could win a VIP trip to the Stanley Cup final, plus hundreds of prizes, courtesy of Rogers Beyond the Sea. For your chance to win, visit Rogers.com/Stanley Cup. That's Rogers.com/Stanley Cup.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Dodonna might have gotten a stick in front of Nurse's skate on that shot by Robertson. He'll get credit for an assist as well on Sagan's second of the night, 5th of the postseason, and we're tied at 2. Defensive zone draw for the Stars. Jamie Benn won it, but Dallas having trouble getting it out. Now Benn will give way to Tanev up the gut and shot in by Stankoven. Benn trying to follow it up down the right-hand side. Johnson in front, and that sails into the corner. Ben will give it up. Stankoven trying to create down low, nothing doing. And here come the Edmonton Oilers. McDavid to Nugent-Hopkins. Puts the brakes on left circle against Tanev. Back behind the net, McDavid has an assist tonight, gives it up for Ekholm. Bouchard, right circle, shot, and that was swallowed up by Jamie Benn. Grabs the puck, put it into the opposite corner. Tanev wasn't there, tried to rush over and interfere with Hyman's ability to create. McDavid had it chopped away and finally poked free back to center by Stankoven. Less than 2 minutes left in regulation. This game is tied. Edmonton led 2-0 at one point. Sagan has gotten both back for Dallas. Stars clear through the middle. Sam Carrick on the ice. In over the line. Wristed down low. Fourth line out for Edmonton. Connor Brown lurking behind the net. Essa Lindell up the right-hand side, and that sails out of play. Good job by the fourth line to get it in deep, keep Dallas in there. A solid 25, 30-second shift, and now Draisaitl and Evander Kane come over the boards for an O-zone draw with 1:26 to go in regulation. And game one of this West Final tied at 2.
Oilers have had 2 breakaways in this game. Fogle never got a shot, went to the deke. That time Holloway made a heck of a move, and Ottinger just made a better right save, but it was the deke again.
So Draisaitl lining up for the face-off against Tyler Sagan. Holloway in the slot, Kane top of the circle, Kulak and CC defensively. Minute 26 away from overtime. Edmonton 1-1 in OT this year in the playoffs. Dallas 2-1, having just ended Colorado's season on Friday night in Game 6 of that series. Here's Heiskanen up the right-hand side. Draisaitl a shot, and that went off the skate of his own man, Holloway. He's pressed in the corner. Edmonton with a puck in deep, trying to create here. Final minute of regulation. Here's Cody Ceci. Remember, the Oilers beat Vancouver in overtime and with a late goal in the final minute of regulation in that series. Trying to do it again. Final minute. Steal by Robertson. Up the middle. Kulak came back with the interception. Up the right-hand side. That's going to be on net, so no icing. Ottinger leaves it for Miro Heiskanen. 40 seconds to go in the third period. Robertson will dump it in. Game tied at 2. Ekholm checked against the corner boards by Joe Pavelski. Duchesne trying to rattle the puck free. Does so to Suter. His shot ends up wide of the net. Rebound Nugent-Hopkins. Could not slash it free. Lindell to Duchesne. In front. Picked off for Zach Hyman. Hyman with Marchment running at him. Couldn't get it to McDavid. And the Stars quickly fling it back toward the net. Skinner swept it into the corner. Final 10 seconds of regulation. Marchment down low. Matt Duchesne waiting in the corner. Curling. Marchment out to Suter. 2-second shot. Save Skinner. And we will head to overtime in game one of this Western Conference Final. The Stars with some late pressure, and now we'll settle it beyond extra time. Third OT game of the playoffs for Edmonton. They're 1-1. Connor McDavid, in his era, the Oilers haven't been wildly successful in OT, but again, they just won an overtime game against the Vancouver Canucks in game 2 of that series, and certainly kept moving in that series, ultimately winning game 6 and 7. We decide this in extra time. Edmonton led 2-0 at one point in the second period. Sagan got 1 in the second, 1 in the third. Hyman a goal and an assist in regulation for Edmonton, and Leon Draisaitl doing what he always seems to do, finding himself on the score sheet. He's got his 9th of the playoffs. Bob, we've settled nothing through 60 minutes.
Well, the Oilers' Stuart Skinner gave Edmonton a very good start in this game, robbing the Dallas Stars on a breakaway. The Oilers' penalty killers have been terrific. They've killed off 3 shorthanded scenarios. But unfortunately, and I'll give Brett Kulak credit for how he bounced back after turning the puck over, but Edmonton's up in a 2-0 game here, and Kulak turns it over, and that lends itself to one of the 2 goals that Tyler Seguin got. We're not playing if that play doesn't happen. I mean, the Oilers, I thought, they did a pretty good job in the third period.
Well, they gave Dallas 2 shots in the first 12 minutes of the third.
So we'll see what sort of juice both teams have left. Edmonton's played fine, but hey, there's no loser points here.
No.
Just go win.
Oilers 4-11 in the McDavid era in overtime. 1-1 in this postseason. Dallas, again, just eliminating Colorado on Friday night in Game 6. The Stars had lost the opener of the series at home to the Avalanche in overtime. They've lost 6 straight Game 1s as a team. 4 of those have been in overtime. Now, they've recovered to win 4 of those 6 series, but still, their record at home in the playoffs and their record in overtime in Game 1, certainly nothing to write home about. Nothing of that really matters. It's just trends. And right now, Edmonton 2, Dallas 2. Final shots on goal, by the way, in regulation, 29 for the Oilers, including 13 in that third period. And for the Dallas Stars, just 24, including only 7 in that third period. But one of those went in off of Dodanov's stick, and Nurse's skate simultaneously right to Seguin, who deposits it past Stuart Skinner. No chance for the game-tying goal with 3:23 left in regulation. We'll settle this one in overtime, and now we'll turn it over to Reed Wilkins and Rob Brown on the other side of this break. We're live from the American Airlines Center in Dallas. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey and the Stanley Cup Playoffs. Game 1 of the West Final requires extra time. 2-2 after 60 on the Oilers Radio Network.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent, featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. Situated in the heart of Ice District, Sky is the address for socializing, dining, entertainment, and fun. A building like no other in a location like no other. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Rogers customers and hockey fans. Rogers wants you to win big this Stanley Cup playoffs.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
You could win a VIP trip to the Stanley Cup final, plus hundreds of prizes, courtesy of Rogers Beyond the Sea. For your chance to win, visit Rogers.com/Stanley Cup. That's Rogers.com/Stanley Cup.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Oilers gave away one.
Oh, here's the turnover. Breakaway. Holloway. Wrist shot. Save. Ottinger flailing, and he stuck out the right pad and stopped Holloway. That could have been the game breaker. Yeah, that was crazy. The Stars tie it on a goal by Seguin with 3:23 left in the third period, and basically off the ensuing center ice faceoff, Holloway gets in alone, makes a pretty good move. At least I thought so, Rob. But Jake Ottinger comes up with the save to send it to overtime. That's the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone.
Yeah, it was a great move. It's funny. I played with a guy in Hartford, a Swede named Mikael Andersson, and he had this breakaway where he'd come in full speed, and then he'd go back on his heels. And as he went back on his heels, he slowed completely down, but the goaltender's momentum would take him backwards, and then he would shoot the puck into the net as the goalie moved one way. If you watch Holloway on that one, too, he comes in and he goes back on his heels, and Ottinger goes one way, but when you go back on your heels, as you see, Holloway has him beat. If he takes one more step forward, he walks around the pad and has a wide open net. But when you go back on your heels, you got no more forward momentum. And without that, he's not able to take the next step and get around Ottinger. So there's been some big saves in this game. You think back to Skinner, too, at the beginning of the game, the breakaway and the rebound. Ottinger has now saved the one on Holloway, and there was a breakaway that Fogle had that he didn't score. Fantastic goaltending. It's been physical, but not stupid physical, but taking the checks. But what I've noticed about this series so far, I guess this game, is fast. It is just fast. Like, you have no time to think. And if there's a turnover, it's going very quickly back the other way. You got to get on your horse. That was a really entertaining 60 minutes of hockey. And probably the way it went deserves overtime, because I thought both teams played pretty good.
Yeah, and Seguin's goal, I mean, really very similar to the Draisaitl goal, right? Mm-hmm. Shot coming in from the outside and bounces to a great offensive player who knows what to do. And it seems Seguin just kind of got himself lost a bit on that goal, too.
Hey, he did. And all great goal scorers do. They find quiet areas on the ice. And Seguin, the player that he would have been tied up with would have been Vinny Desharnais. Desharnais is a monster. And if Vinny gets into a battle with him, well, then Desharnais is going to win that battle every time. So Seguin, all right, I'm going to back off a bit. And if any garbage comes in, I'm on my offside. My stick will beat anyone there. Now, incredibly fortunate for it to come to him like it did, just like it was for Leon. But great goal scorers, they read the play. They think, okay, if a shot's coming from here, where is it going to go? Where's the rebound? Where's the deflection? And they set themselves up in those positions. So it was no accident that Tyler Seguin was in the right spot at that moment. He knew where to hide, and when he hid and the puck came to him, there's zero chance Tyler Seguin's missing that one.
All right. Oilers kept rolling their lines, though, Rob. I mean, no panic. Carrick and the fourth line was out the second last shift of the game.
Well, and they created an offensive face-off out of it, and which turned into a couple scoring chances. The fourth line, to me, and I said it right from the very beginning of these playoffs, have outplayed the third line almost every night. And they haven't always been rewarded with ice time, but they have been more lately. And why is because the coach trusts all three guys on the fourth line defensively. It's a tie game. 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes to go in the game, and your fourth line's on the ice because he knows that they're going to make the right plays. They're going to be very responsible. They're going to put the puck in the right areas. So it was a smart play by the coaching staff, getting him out there, and a good play by the fourth line, creating chaos in the offensive zone. And when they created the chaos, it got them a face-off. And the Oilers got a couple opportunities in the next 30 seconds. And also, I think what you're seeing with Chris Knobloch, he realizes Dallas is deep. He realized this is a series that probably is going to go 6 or 7 games. He's making sure that he does not overplay any of his players and that everybody is a part of this. And I think that's key going against a team like Dallas that does the same thing. So going into an overtime period where both goalies are playing well, and it could be an extended overtime period, he hasn't played Connor and Leon 26, 27, 28 minutes right now. So they still will have legs going forward in this hockey game.
Edmonton 1-1 in playoff overtime. This year, Dallas 2-1. It's 2-2 after 3. Fort Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of oil country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains. So you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can.
At Northern Lakes College, students work, raise their family, and complete their certificate, diploma, or partnership degree. With NLC's supported distance learning model, you can do it all in a flexible online classroom. Programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. Skate into your new career in a learning environment that works for you. NorthernLakesCollege.ca. Everywhere you need them to be.
With
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. Edmonton police have charged a 40-year-old man with second-degree murder in the death of a 15-year-old boy who he had apparently been friends with. Broden Radomski ended up dying at the scene Tuesday night along a dead-end road between Edmonton and St. Albert. The suspect has been identified as Keith James Landry, with an autopsy to be done on Radomski tomorrow, with no word on a possible motive. A 31-year-old man has been charged for his alleged involvement in the death of a man found outside the Royal Alexandra Hospital last week. 31-year-old Irvin Badarm is accused of stabbing 34-year-old Clinton Quintil to death in what appears to have been a random attack. Badarm is also accused of committing a robbery at the Kingsway Transit Station about an hour before the homicide. And 2 male youths ended up being arrested by RCMP today after they allegedly used bear spray during a fight with a student outside Salisbury Composite High School. The victim was treated by Strathcona County Emergency Services with no other students hurt. News on demand at 630ched.com.
Discover the many ways to connect with 630 Chad. Whether you're on your Google Nest saying, "Hey Google, play 630 Chad," or talking to your virtual assistant on Amazon Echo with a simple "Alexa, play 630 Chad," we've got you covered. From Siri to Alexa, Bixby to Cortana. No need for the old transistor radio. Just say "Play 630 Chad" on your smart speaker and stay connected to what's happening in Edmonton right now. 630 Chad, Edmonton's news. Today's talk.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at end-of-the-row flooring centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at end-of-the-roll flooring centers. Let's get flooring.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at brandtjobs.com.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
It's game time on Elks This Week. Your touchdown source for Edmonton Elks and CFL Buzz. Catch us every Saturday at 9:30 a.m. for epic player huddles, coach playbooks, and all the gridiron gossip. Keep it locked to 630 Chad. All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Stanley Cup playoff overtime hockey. What else would you rather be doing on a Thursday night? Thanks for spending a portion of it with us. I'm Jack Michaels along with Bob Stauffer. 2-2 after 60 minutes regulation time. Edmonton outshot Dallas by a count of 26-17 over the final 2 periods. Took a 2-0 lead on goals by Draisaitl and Hyman. Tyler Seguin got one back in the second and tied it and forced overtime with 3:23 to play in the third. The Oilers all-time 28-20 29 in overtime, 14 and 12 on the road, 4-11 in the McDavid era. McDavid, Hyman, and Bouchard all with overtime winners to their credit. Dallas turned its series against Vegas around with an overtime winner by Wyatt Johnson in Game 3 of that series, trailing 2 games to none. Overtime's underway. McDavid wins the faceoff. He's out there with Nugent Hopkins and Hyman to start. Hyman flips it into the corner. Edmonton moving right to left in overtime. Ekholm and Bouchard defensively. Ekholm to Bouchard. A shot redirected on net. And Jake Ottinger makes the save, his 28th of the night. And he saved the game with the denial of Dylan Holloway on a breakaway immediately following the game-tying goal by Sagan.
Right off the draw, McDavid's stick came up and clipped Matt Duchene. He's leaking.
In overtime, and nothing was called, and Pete DeBoer none too happy about it.
They are having, oh no, are they reevaluating this?
The linesman does have the ability, Bob, if he saw an infraction that the referee didn't, he does have the ability. And there's no question that Duchene was high-sticked in the face.
So he was tying McDavid's stick up, and McDavid was trying to fight through the check.
And he did. And Duchene got clipped. And now they're having a conference about it at center ice. Just 17 seconds into overtime. Here's Eric Furlat. Let's get a call.
We got a double minor on 97 for high sticking.
They're reviewing it. It's a double minor. And that's one where the referees can get help, Bob, and clearly they did. Now, this would put Edmonton shorthanded for 4 minutes if it holds up. Bob and I privy to some replays, and yeah, there's no question. I mean, he wasn't really even fighting through a check per se. And there's the leakage, as Bob mentioned, Matt Duchene.
And Vancouver's going to say this is a call that we didn't get against Quinn Hughes in Game 2.
After reviewing the play, the penalty is confirmed. We got a 4 minutes penalty for high sticking on 97.
So McDavid will go into the box, and Dallas will get a 4-minute power play. Now, Bob, the Oilers do have a shorthanded overtime playoff winner. And I believe you can remind everyone of what that was.
Fernando Pisani.
Game 5 against Carolina. So we'll see. The Oilers' penalty kill has been terrific throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs, put to the ultimate test right now in Game 1 of the West Final. Dallas 0 for 3 on the power play in regulation. Derek Ryan, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Vinny Desharnais, Matthias Ekholm. Face-off right of Stuart Skinner off the draw. One. Desharnais could not clear, though. Held in by Heiskanen. He'll move it over. Taking control, Robertson in front. Wrist shot, save Skinner. Stop Jamie Benn, the captain goal.
Desharnais has got to get the puck out there. Derek Ryan won the draw. He's 5-0 in the face-off circle in this game. He won the draw, and Desharnais didn't get it off the glass and out.
Skinner, though, did make a solid save. He had some traffic in front. If that was spilled, Pavelski might have had a tap-in for the game winner. Jamie Benn now against Derek Ryan. As Bob mentioned, perfect in the circle tonight. You don't want to get chased out here, Bob. Not with a guy who's feeling it in the face-off circle. Ryan won another one, but Pavelski plowed in there and got it for Robertson. Out to Wyatt Johnston, top of the right circle. Up top for Heiskanen. Now Robertson to the net, off the post. Rebound loose, blue paint. It hit the inside of the goalpost and kicked back into Skinner.
That's
and it's the Oilers' turn to get a mighty break. Robertson, a shot that got through Skinner and hit the inside of the right goalpost. I mean, the inner, if they had shaved one layer of paint off, that's in the net. But Skinner, not only the presence of mind to locate, but then reach out and pull it back into his chest again before Pavelski could punch it home, because that was still loose.
Yeah, Edmonton very lucky.
Jamie Benn against Derek Ryan. 18,000 screaming white towels. Off the draw. Heiskanen to Robertson. Another shot off the post. This time the right goal post. Dallas has clanked iron twice in overtime. Here's Johnston. Fires one tough in front. I think he was looking for Pavelski's stick. Derek Ryan burrows in. Jamie Benn down low. Oilers a couple of terrific breaks. One-timer Heiskanen save made. Skinner off the setup from Jamie Benn. And now can Edmonton capitalize on a couple of massive breaks to start this overtime. 107 having a lap. Still a healthy 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in the double minor being served by Connor McDavid. McLeod entrusted with the draw against Tyler Seguin. He's out there with Fogle, Desharnais, and Ekholm. McLeod won it. Tapped over to Ekholm. He has plenty of time. They're going to redo it. I thought he had won it cleanly, but they're going to redo it. And McLeod is furious.
They're waving him out of the circle. Are they waving him out of the circle here? This means Fogle will have to take the draw if he's out of the circle.
McLeod asking for clarification. And yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. So it's Seguin against Fogle. Seguin won the draw. Heiskanen to Stankoven. Back to Heiskanen, right point. Across to Donov. Steps up, shoots, save made by Skinner. Rebound smacked out of midair and wide. Seguin couldn't find it, looking for the hat trick. Stankoven checked in the corner. Oilers look to chisel it free. They do. Desharnais ample time to clear, and he does. Whistling one down the right-hand side.
He's got to get off.
He
here.
does.
Long change.
Ottinger leaves it for Heiskanen. He'll drop it off. Stankoven left to right. In over the line. Punched through by Marchment. CC runs a man off the puck. Wound around the boards. Here's Heiskanen. Moving it to Marchment. Fires it across. Bouncing puck around. Oh, Brown did not get it out. Seguin able to protect. Heiskanen across. Marchment right circle. Not looking to shoot. Heiskanen high slot. Lets it fly. Mid-short side. And then Skinner, the presence of mind to catch that puck careening off the end boards and right into his leather. Now 2:11 remaining in the double minor to Connor McDavid.
Brown couldn't afford the luxury of trying to sell that call. He got hacked at, and he's saying that should have been a penalty. Knocked the stick, and now another draw.
Inside of the goalpost from Jason Robertson, and play continues. 2 minutes gone by in overtime. Here's Pavelski lining up against Nugent Hopkins. And again, a couple of false starts. Ekholm out there with McLeod and Brett Kulak. Auto Parts penalty kill. Face off, and the Oilers bust out of the circle with a clear down the middle. Ottinger will steer it over to Thomas Harley. Starts up the middle, lays it off. Wyatt Johnston in over the line. Robertson to Johnston, but broken up by Ekholm. Terrific play. And he sends it up the left-hand side. Dallas has to dash back into its own end. Harley. Brown anticipated the back pass. Picked it off. Stars poke-checked it away. They're back on side. Jamie Benn in from the right wall. Tried to center, and Johnston collided. Pavelski curls away. Cross-ice. Robertson doesn't shoot. Wrist shot coming, and Harley missed badly. Rebound, Matthias Janmark, and the Oilers will shovel it safely back to center ice. And now the Stars' power play has dwindled to 1:10. What a momentum boost this would be for Edmonton. Wyatt Johnston hard behind the net, right-hand side. Got the puck entangled with the referee's feet, and then Connor Brown, an errant toss down the right-hand side into the Oiler bench. And that means the faceoff will come back inside the Edmonton blue line.
It's going to cost Edmonton 20 seconds. He had time and space just to sift one down the ice.
1 minute left in the McDavid double minor. You've got Derek Ryan back to take a faceoff, and I think Dallas is going to take a timeout here. So a timeout taken by Peter DeBoer as they want to set something up. Clearly, the Stars are thinking the same thing I am, that maybe the air is a little bit out of Dallas if they fail to capitalize on this 4-minute power play.
You still got a minute to work with. Edmonton's got to get
that's why you take the timeout to bear down and try to get it.
And you keep your first unit on the ice.
Right. Edmonton, meanwhile, can talk about what it wants to do on the kill. And primary, of course, is if Derek Ryan continues his superlative work in the circle tonight. 16:43 left in the first overtime. The Stars.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen where a player right off the drop got a double. I mean, the Oilers could have scored in the sequence. And obviously it would have been pulled off the board. But man, oh man, what a crazy scenario. Got to get through this.
Derek Ryan to take the draw against Jamie Benn. Sagan and Johnston stacked in the circle against Nugent-Hopkins. Face-off won by Ben. Here's Heiskanen walking the line. Shot coming, blocked. Robertson gets it right back left circle. Out to Heiskanen. Shot deflected wide of Skinner. Rebound, Wyatt Johnston. Tried to give it back to Heiskanen. Did so. Heiskanen. Wyatt Johnston, right circle. Wrist shot. Blocked. Rebound, Jason Robertson. Curls it back to the point for Heiskanen. 35 seconds left on the power play. Johnston to Ben. Back to Johnston. High slot Heiskanen. Robertson left circle. Fires and a save made by Skinner. Rebound Robertson. Desharnais came over, made a hard play, and sent it ricocheting off the body of Heiskanen. And now the Stars have time for one last rush on the power play. Otherwise, Edmonton will have killed it off. Heiskanen gets it in deep around the boards to Donoff to the corner. Edmonton's penalty kill so good all playoffs long. Here's Lindell over to Chris Tana, back to Lindell, one-timer, and that was blocked in front. And now McDavid's out of the box. Fogel hits McDavid, left wing, back defensively. McDavid pulls up against Lindell, threw it behind the net. Warren Fogel with the play now 5-on-5. Edmonton 2, Dallas 2. We are in overtime, and the Oilers have just wiped out a 4-minute Stars power play. Whistled off the left-hand boards. Skinner will leave it, and from behind the net, here comes Brett Kulak. Turned it over at center, Pavelski. Nudged it ahead for Mason Marchment. Right wing, centering pass deflected away from Matt Duchene, his intended target. And now McDavid is flying, but knocked away immediately by Ryan Suter, who will have to defend. Hyman a wrist shot to save made. Jake Ottinger. And he'll freeze it with 5 minutes having elapsed in the overtime. And we remain knotted at 2-2.
Hyman made the right play. Just take it to the net. You never know. He scored a goal against the LA Kings in overtime a couple years ago. That was a bit of a stunner.
Well, it completely turned the series around. Edmonton trailed 2-1 last year against Los Angeles. Hyman's overtime heroics completed a miraculous comeback from 3-0 down. Now Draisaitl, face off in overtime. Wrist shot, save Ottinger. Gave the rebound, and Ottinger kicked it wide. Holloway to Draisaitl. The Oilers buzzing, looking for victory. Holloway back to Kane behind the net. Kane is checked by Chris Tanev. It's loose along the end boards. 2-2 OT. 14 and a half to play. It's lodged against the kick plate. Nudged free. Darnell Nurse from a sharp angle. Put it back behind the net. Stars trying to ram it out of there. Craig Smith a second time. Denied a third time. And finally Tanev finds an opening. Oh, a lead pass. And that could have been a breakaway for Foxa. But it was off the mark. And Skinner will freeze it with 14-19 left to play in the overtime session. And we are tied at 2. And just the tension escalating throughout American Airlines Center as Edmonton trying to win game 1 of this Western Final.
A lot of good things happen when Holloway's on the ice, Jack. His speed and quickness helping make plays.
Draisaitl against Sagan. Won the face-off in the Oilers zone. Tossed out by Nurse. Grabbed by Foxa. He'll swing it to Tyler Sagan, and it's backhanded in deep. Challenging Cody Ceci is Jason Robertson. Dadonov prepares to defend, but the Stars maintain. Here's a shot, and Sagan denied. Again, looking for that hat trick, but a blocker save made by Skinner. Holloway to Evander Kane, and it's lobbed deep in the zone and out of play. I think it got in that portion of glass right before the mesh starts, and that will bring the face-off all the way out to center with 13:51 left in overtime.
Connor McDavid is really working the officials here. He's saying, you're not calling any of the interference. They're picking me off. I fight through the check. You don't call the interference on Duchesne. He did get a stick up. It's a 2-minute double minor, 4-minute penalty. That's what happens. You get a lot of attention when you're Connor McDavid.
McDavid against Jamie Benn. Face-off at center. Benn won it. Lindell up to the red line. He'll shoot it around the boards. Ekholm takes a peek, picks it up, and he'll launch down the middle. It bounced through Tanev, and now Lindell could not get it out. Held in by Nugent-Hopkins. Hyman trying to do work behind the net. Stankoven gets a clear through Ekholm, but Bouchard is there to pull it away from Jamie Benn. Angle one off the boards, just missed Connor McDavid. Esa Lindell on the puck. He gave it away. McDavid on the counter, 3-on-2, right wing to the net. Hyman couldn't get a shot away, and Johnston flips it ahead for Jamie Benn. The Dallas captain centers. Stankoven unable to get a shot away. Nugent-Hopkins closing quickly and erased him from the play. And now McDavid makes a great play off a pass from Bouchard. Pulls up top of the right circle. Hits the trailer. Wide open is Evan Bouchard. Drag move around Pavelski. Shovels it back behind the net. Sam Carrick on the ice. Sharp angle shot and a save made by Ottinger. Didn't catch it cleanly and then fell on it. And a face-off coming to the left side of the Dallas net with 12:52 to play in overtime. And we are tied at 2. Again, Draisaitl and Hyman gave Edmonton a 2-0 lead in regulation. Sagan got one back in the second and then tied the game with 3.5 to go in the third. And that brings us to overtime.
Right decision there by Carrick. Just get it to the net. Hyman hit kind
Fourth line's been solid.
He boxed Heiskanen out, and if you get any kind of deflection, if that puck gets past Ottinger, might have a chance for a deflected goal into the net.
Sam Carrick lining up for the face-off against Foxa. Carrick won the draw cleanly. Desharnais, his shot tipped it over the net dangerously. Desharnais only one NHL goal, and it came in the regular season. Nurse unable to hold the zone. Here comes Craig Smith with steam over the line. Marchment back to Smith on net, and Skinner steered that back behind. Marchment came flying in on the forecheck against Nurse. Craig Smith could not pluck it free, and here comes Connor Brown. And the Oilers have some numbers coming the other way. Brown conservatively lays it behind the net. Ottinger ushers it on, and it's moved up the right-hand side to Foxa. He tried to smack it over to Marchment. He'll go to the opposite corner, and Dallas will change while Edmonton gathers. Cody Ceci to Brett Kulak. Up the left-hand side, it's Fogle. He'll lob it in. Ottinger knocked it down. McLeod took it away. Sent it out to Cody Ceci. Slap shot! Blocked. Rebound loose. Ryan McLeod shovels it down low. Heiskanen redirects around the boards. Kulak able to hold the zone for Edmonton. Fogle to McLeod. A shot deflected into the corner by Ottinger, and the rebound cleared. Evgeny Dadonov immediately checked by Kulak. He'll go nowhere. Cross-ice pass. It's going to be intercepted. Sagan centers him just out of the reach of Dadonov. He's able to track it down to the corner for Robertson, but he's belted by Kulak, and now McLeod jitterbugging his way through the neutral zone for Warren Fogle. He'll send it in deep. Ottinger guides it over to Chris Tanev. Looked up ice for a moment, and now moving it to Heiskanen. Up to Stankoven. He did not get a puck touch, and with 11:17 to play in overtime, it's icing whistled against the Dallas Stars. Now, do you think about a McDavid, Draisaitl, Hyman shift 5-on-5?
You do.
Chris Knobloch. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Got to win draws, and Leon's had a tough game.
Coleman Bouchard remain out.
Leon was 5-18 through 3 periods, John.
Draisaitl on the face-off, and they're going to do it again. Wyatt Johnson will take the draw for Dallas in his own end. A chance for the Oilers to win it right here. Draisaitl, McDavid, Hyman in the slot. Draisaitl won it cleanly. Ekholm showed slap shot, sent it over to Bouchard. Now McDavid, Ekholm point blank save. Ottinger on the back backhand. And a clear up the left-hand side for Jamie Benn. Stankoven nudged it back into the Oilers zone. Bouchard pass up the middle. And now Hyman breaks loose for the win. Shoots, save, Unger. Rebound high in the air. And that's grabbed and brought up ice by Jamie Benn. Ottinger keeping this game tied. Sending deep. Skinner rolls it over to Bouchard. Up the middle for McDavid. He breaks loose at center ice. Leon Draisaitl right wing. One-timer. Bouchard save. Ottinger. Rebound chipped away from Zach Hyman. And the Stars start up ice left to right. Pulsating playoff hockey. We're in overtime. Game 1 of the West Final. Stars off the dump in. Have to give ground as Kane clears back into the Dallas zone. Suter to Harley. Up the right-hand side, Pavelski. Picked off by Dylan Holloway. Darnell Nurse, right side. Desharnais is at Holloway's time. He tries to chip in against Suter. Taken away. Pavelski launches right-hand side off a broken stick. Nurse up the left-hand side. Loose puck in the neutral zone with 10 minutes to play in OT. We are tied at 2. Busting through is Duchesne. Shoveled down low by Marchment. Back to get it is Vinny Desharnais. Left-hand side. And a clear for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Laid ahead by Evander Kane. Taken over by Heiskanen at the Dallas line. Beautiful pass. Left wing to the net. Drop pass to Donov. Couldn't get it off. Great play on the backtrack by Connor Brown. Turned over. Donov tried to go cross ice, and that was given away. Nugent-Hopkins ambles his way to center and dumps it in. Brown will be first on puck for Edmonton. Spun off, and now Robertson tried to pitchfork it out and got it through Brett Kulak back to center. Ceci will backhand it right back into the Dallas zone. Petrovic in over the line. He'll give it up for Heiskanen, tied up in the corner, and now a steal for the Oilers. Janmark scoots it out. Cody Ceci walking the line on his backhand. He'll just pump it around the board. Sam Carrick, deep right corner, out to Matthias Janmark. Played for Dallas in the 2020 Cup Final. Around the boards, Ekholm. Beautiful spin move off the left. Half boards a shot. Blocker to the corner by Ottinger. It's Carrick knocked off balance. Janmark will try to stay with it. Fourth line has had 2 good shifts in overtime, and Dallas can clear down the middle. No icing. Bouchard back to collect. Ekholm looking for the stretch play. He misfired on an attempt for Hyman, and that'll turn into icing against Edmonton with 8:30 to play in overtime. I think you keep it moving, even though the ice crew is on out. It's an icing call.
Not supposed to be out here.
Well,
they're out here.
They're out here. So we'll take a break. 8.5 to go in overtime. We are tied at 2. The Oilers 36 shots. The Stars 30. And yet nothing settled. Back with more playoff overtime. Stanley Cup playoffs. American Airlines Center. West Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age. You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Back in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer, Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown back in our 630 CHED studios, the flagship home of the Oilers Radio Network. We'll have Game 2 for you on Saturday, 6 Mountain, right here on the Oilers Radio Network. Games 3 and 4 back in Edmonton Monday and Wednesday at 7:30 at Rogers Place. But we have not decided Game 1 just yet. The Oilers led 2-0 in the second period. Tyler Seguin got 1 in the second, 1 in the third to force overtime. Both teams,
it's amazing the
decent chances.
Shots are 6-6 in overtime, and Dallas had a 4-minute power play.
4-minute power play to start the overtime, but as it's been all playoffs long now, 37 out of 40 and 19 in a row for the Oilers on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. It's been the difference in their postseason run. Now, Jamie Benn against Connor McDavid off the draw and a face-off win. Here's Tristana around the boards. McDavid defending down low, gets some help from Bouchard. And the Oilers, turnover. Bouchard, wrist shot, save. Skinner against Stankoven. Rebound. Johnston, a save made. Skinner again protecting that short side. A turnover by Bouchard, and Stankoven had a good look. And then Wyatt Johnston tested Skinner as well.
Well, Stuart Skinner bailed out Evan there.
30 saves for Skinner, 33 at the other end for Jake Ottinger, including potentially a game saver on a breakaway by Dylan Holloway that developed right after Sagan had tied the game with 3.5 to go in regulation. Here's Jamie Benn against Draisaitl. Benn won it. Heiskanen held the zone, sent it around. Draisaitl thought it was offside. Jamie Benn nudged it in front, batted around for a moment, and Skinner's got it in the blue paint.
You're getting a lot of puck possession off of ozone draw wins. We're just going to have to batten down the hatchets and find a way to win some more face-offs here. And that's kind of how they tilted the ice before they got the 2-2 goal attack. They're spending a bit more time in the Edmonton end.
No one ever does anything other than batten down the hatches. I've never heard the hatches utilized in any other way other than being battened down. Here's Ben against Leon Draisaitl. Right side of Stuart Skinner. 8 minutes left in overtime. Another draw won by the Stars, but backing off, Evander Kane will challenge up top. Heiskanen forced it back to the red line where it's snapped in by Kane. Now it's Ottinger. Off to Thomas Harley. Heiskanen on his backhand. Whipped it up the boards. Put it away from Kulak by Stankoven. And now Harley working his way through the neutral zone. He'll shovel it back behind the net. Stankoven tried to get it down low. Chopped toward the net. And Skinner will fall on it against Mason Marchment. And a face-off will be held to the right of the Edmonton goal with 7:36 left in overtime.
Carrick, Derek Ryan, and Janmark here. So obviously Derek's out there to support Sam Carrick.
And this group has been good. Face off right side of Skinner. Draw one. Swept back to the point. Shot deflects into the waiting glove of Stuart Skinner. They were trying to get a tip from Pavelski, courtesy of Ryan Suter, and it did not pan out.
Chris Knobloch's running out of options here to try to win a faceoff. McDavid lost one. Draisaitl lost one. Now Carrick's lost one.
He gets a second opportunity against Matt Duchene. This time he wins the faceoff. And from behind his own net, it'll be rifled up the left-hand side by Nurse to Janmark. At center ice, Janmark won a battle, plowed his way through and deep into the Dallas zone. Thundering hit applied by Carrick. Puck laid up the left-hand side, Pavelski. Swatted out of midair by Janmark, and the Stars must regroup. Ripped up the right-hand side. Well defended at the blue line by Nurse again. Duchene at the red. He'll challenge Nurse down the right-hand side. Duchene got the overtime and series winner against Colorado last Friday night, but here he turns it over. Stepping up Suter, his shot. That ricocheted into the near corner. Duchene after it. Pavelski fighting his way through. Comes up with the puck. Left circle. Fed it in front. Chip toward the net and a lunging right blocker save made by Stuart Skinner. Couldn't tell whether he got with a blocker or his right shoulder, and the Oilers will ice it down the right wing boards. Skinner a lunging stop, and that was a good one.
Yeah, that looked like the goal that Mike Krushelnyski scored for the LA Kings against the Calgary Flames to eliminate them in 1990. Almost went up and over Stuart Skinner.
Just a little cue shot from Robertson.
Now a huge draw here.
Skinner was wrong-footed, but he was able to stretch out and get it with a blocker. Sagan beaten off the draw by Carrick. Nurse will snap it up the left-hand boards. Dallas able to choke it off. Heiskanen muscled it down low. Dadonov trying to protect. Nurse booted it free. Now Robertson turns and fires. Blocked shot by Nurse. Oilers failed to clear, though. Desharnais couldn't get it done. Stars back on it in the corner. You got a double team down low. The puck wobbles free, and now Edmonton will clear. Shoveled out, and now Janmark has a step on Harley. He'll move in right circle. Harley shaken free. Bouchard thought about a one-timer, then conservatively put it behind the net. Jason Robertson with a puck for Dallas. They'll churn up the center, and it's shot in by Harley. No, it was knocked down. Robertson came across the line, but offside. Whistled against Dallas with 5:44 to go in overtime. Harley's had a bit of a tough game. Faceoff will be in the neutral zone.
Player they got 18th overall in the draft year that the Oilers got Broberg 8th. We expect Broberg to play a lot next season in Edmonton. But Harley's playing a lot right now, right here for Dallas.
Digging in, Connor McDavid. And a face-off win for Wyatt Johnson in the neutral zone. Lofted in by Lindell. Tracked by Ekholm up the right-hand side. Tanev stopped that. The puck rolled free into the corner. Now Nugent Hopkins hits the breakout man. It's Bouchard. Gets it back from McDavid. Over to Zach Hyman. Swooping in. Right circle. Hyman is shot. Gets in front. McDavid wide open. Denied by Ottinger. A remarkable save. McDavid had a wide open net and failed to bury it.
What a play by Hyman. That's 2 times Edmonton hasn't elevated the puck.
Ottinger was down and out, and McDavid just couldn't pop the puck over the outstretched right arm of Jake Ottinger. I mean, that was sitting there for the taking.
Edmonton's had their chances. Holloway late in the third. McDavid in overtime. Point-blank robbery.
Draisaitl in on the draw against Joe Pavelski. Dallas caught the inside of a post to start overtime. Now the Stars will be guilty of an icing call.
But they can ice it because they're winning so many of the draws right now, Jack. The Oilers were ahead of Dallas through 2 periods in this game. And the Stars have just been winning face-off after face-off.
Draisaitl between Kane and Holloway. Bouchard and Ekholm. 5 1/4 to play in overtime. Another ozone draw for the Oilers. Trying to win game 1, a game they have not trailed at any point. Draisaitl's going to be chased out here, replaced by Evander Kane. McDavid with the game on his stick, robbed by Ottinger. Kane, face-off win. Draisaitl dropped it off. Bouchard slapper redirected wide. Rebound, it's Draisaitl. He'll backhand it down low. Kane breaks loose behind the net, turned in front, and had his shot blocked. Stars will break out left to right. Matt Duchene trying to get it in deep against Evan Bouchard. Puck popped loose, and now Ekholm has an outlet and finds Evander Kane. He'll charge in against Ryan Suter. Take him out wide. Kane circling. Pressure from Suter. Puck loose. Pavelski popped it to the middle, and Heiskanen will send it out of danger. Foxel will get it in deep, and back to scoop it up will be Brett Kulak. Looks up ice. Threw one up the boards. McLeod bottled up, and the Stars force it back in. Craig Smith in on the forecheck. McLeod got there first, over to Cody Ceci. Up the left-hand boards, and then lofted back in by Suter. Ceci able to catch it with his right hand over to Kulak. Served it up to Fogle at center ice. Ryan McLeod breaks in over the line. McLeod swooping, gliding behind the net, and Suter able to angle him off the puck. Craig Smith is able to shovel it back to center. Oilers with a giveaway at the Dallas blue line. Heiskanen, Ryan Suter up the left-hand side. No one there. Picked up by Vinny Desharnais. Now Fogle will challenge a shot. Not much on it. Ottinger makes the save. Big rebound. Side of the net. Loose in the blue paint, and Ottinger is able to get on top of it. I think it was Derek Ryan who got inside and nearly tucked that home. 2-2 in overtime, 3:47 left. Ottinger, kind of an awkward play.
What we said, short side. He overplays the short side. Sometimes you can get him on wraps.
Well, that time he just threw it up on the glass, and Ryan almost knocked the carom home. Now, McDavid, offensive zone face-off. Nugent Hopkins and Ekholm lined up in the slot. Bouchard stationed at the right point, looking to tee one up. He won the game against Vancouver in Game 2. Wrapped it off Ian Cole, but here's a face-off win for Dallas. Stankoven to clear. Center ice shoveled in by Jamie Benn. Skinner out to handle it. Whips it over to Evan Bouchard. Immediately launched down the middle. Picked up by Chris Tanev. up the right-hand side. Tipped away by Ekholm. Skinner, once again, handles the puck, moves it to Ekholm. Stretch play to Nugent-Hopkins to the middle of the ice. McDavid with speed. He'll challenge and shoot, and that's deflected up on the glass and out of play with 3:17 left in overtime. McDavid on his last shift, absolutely a point-blank sitter. And Jake Ottinger was able to wrap him up, kind of smother the shot with his goalie stick. Got a little help from Chris Tanev as McDavid tried to wait him out. And now they're going McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman for this offensive zone faceoff. Sagan to take it for Dallas. And he won it. Tanev curls it back behind the net. Lindell. Jason Robertson chopped it down the middle of the ice. Stars are onside. Dadonov will send it to the far corner. Sagan is there, cutting inside. Behind the net, Robertson put it in front, and Skinner was there with his goalie stick to put it to rest. 2:59 left in overtime, and Bob, it started with a face-off win back in the Stars' end.
Yep.
You think you had the advantage with Draisaitl, McDavid, and Hyman out there.
But you're not winning enough draws to make it count right now. And they've just completely taken over the face-off circle. This game's gone on.
Shots are 37-35 Edmonton.
It's been an even game. I mean, think of Edmonton not... Yeah, Dallas is up to 57% on face-off, Jack. Edmonton was at 51% late in the third.
11-8 the shots, Dallas and OT. Off the face-off. This time Draisaitl wins it. Ceci smacked it up the right-hand side, but too much on it. Holloway didn't get it with a tip, and that turns it into another icing call whistled against the Oilers as we get late into this first overtime period. 2:50 remaining. Both teams have struggled mightily in recent times in Game 1. Oilers have dropped 8 of 9. Dallas has lost 6 in a row, and 4 of those in overtime. Face-off, right side of Skinner. Duchesne won it. Quick chance. Pavelski. It was blocked in front. And the Oilers come up with a carom. It's flipped ahead by Evander Kane. Big bounce. This may be icing, and there's the call. That's bad luck. I mean, Kane, yeah, he could have maybe gotten it a little bit higher, but he really got a forward bounce on that floater he put up the ice. Draisaitl. Again.
Duchesne on a strong side here.
Skinner's right-hand side. Duchesne against Draisaitl. Draisaitl won it. And Kulak will play it to the far corner, get it up to Holloway, and it's out of the zone, and now Edmonton might have something. A little behind Draisaitl. Evander Kane will just shoot it in, and Draisaitl wants to change. I think they're calling offside. Holloway doesn't know. Dallas will break out anyways. Up the middle, Marchment looking, dishing. Pavelski tried to center. That was throttled, and now Kane trying to create for Holloway with Darnell Nurse. Holloway up to Nurse from the right circle. Skittering, Petrovic.
Someone's got to drop back here. Nurse way up
free. There. Here's Heiskanen to Pavelski. He'll float one down the middle. That's fielded flawlessly by Desharnais. Up the right-hand side, it's Petrovic. Swings it up the right-hand boards. Guided in and played down low. Desharnais wrestled his man to the corner. And Foxa could not keep the puck in. Sent in deep by Sam Carrick. Race for the puck. Suter with Brown negating icing. Coming over to make a play on it was Petrovic. And he goes up the left-hand side. Steal by Janmark. Puck rolls free at center. Ekholm jumps up and backhands it in deep. Petrovic couldn't get it out. He got tied up. Oilers with a chance here. Looking for victory. It's Ekholm deep in the left corner. 1 minute, 15 seconds to play in OT. Stars can't get it out. Nugent-Hopkins had it slashed free by Foxa. Lead pass up to Ekholm by Bouchard. He'll hoist it over the Dallas net. Ottinger couldn't catch it. Stars can't clear. It bounces through Nugent-Hopkins. Second effort, and Craig Smith's going to be guilty of icing here, and the Oilers have a chance. With 58 seconds to go, they'll get an O-zone draw. They'll get McDavid, Draisaitl, Hyman, Bouchard, and Ekholm out there with a chance to win it in the final minute of this first overtime. Draisaitl against Foxa. You couldn't ask for anything more here. You got Petrovic still out there as well. Huge matchup in favor of Edmonton, so you'd think. Draisaitl against Foxa. They want Foxa chased out. Draisaitl won the draw. Ekholm faked the shot. Now lets it fly. Blocked by Smith, his old teammate in Nashville. Ekholm side of the net. Working against Smith behind the net. Ekholm waiting. Forced to the far corner. Puck lodged along the end boards. 40 seconds to go in overtime. Suter comes over. Trying to wrestle it free. Still loose. Still carved up. Suter up the right-hand side. Stars with a chance to move it out. Foxa swiftly up the right-hand side. The Oilers push back, and here's Draisaitl challenging down the middle, rolling to the net. Poke check Ottinger, and it ends up wide. Here's a chance. McDavid trying to go short side of the backhand, and the Stars break it out. Here's Stankoven. 14 seconds left in overtime. Down the right-hand side. Kulak pins him against the end boards. Wyatt Johnston with a puck for Dallas. Out to the point. Tanev, 3-second shot, tipped in front. Wrist shot. Johnston at the horn. Redirected to the far corner, and we will play a second overtime in a high drama game one of this Western Conference final. 4 periods have been played, and yet nothing has been settled. 8 shots for the Oilers in that overtime. The Stars had 10 officially, and we go to a second OT with a game still tied at 2. Again, second period, Draisaitl and Hyman for Edmonton. Sagan got one back, and then Sagan created the need for overtime by scoring with 3:23 left in regulation. And the tension continues to mount. Game one of the Western Conference final, and we will need more than 80 minutes to decide it.
Great job tonight from Edmonton's penalty killing. A little bit of luck tonight on the, really what amounted to the 4th power play. They hit 2 posts, and then Edmonton kind of settled down after that and limited the opportunities.
Robertson, equal opportunity. Put it off the right post, then he put it off the left post.
McDavid, stone cold robbed, but would probably like the sequence back. And Holloway as well made a great play. Needed to elevate the puck. And you're playing against...
Well, that was in regulation.
Yes, late in the 3rd period for Holloway. McDavid in overtime. Well, we'll see what happens here in the second overtime period, Jack. I mean, it's been an entertainment game. Edmonton's been right there with them, no question.
If we go any further, Bob, I'm afraid you might need a touch-up before game 2. This is the kind of game that can age you quickly. So, we've played 80 minutes. It's still 2-2. We carry on into a second overtime. Speaking of carrying on, Reed Wilkins and Rob Brown are prepared to do exactly that with more live coverage from back at 6:30 CHED, the flagship home of the Oilers Radio Network. Stanley Cup playoffs, game 1 of the West Final. On to a second OT. This is for the Oilers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs. To pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
At The Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
David over to Zach Hyman, swooping in, right circle. Hyman is shot, gets in front. McDavid wide open, denied by Ottinger. A remarkable save. McDavid had a wide open net and failed to bury it.
Oh, it looked like that was it. 5:21 left in overtime. McDavid can't work it past Ottinger. It's still 2-2, and double overtime is next. That's the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Rob Brown joins me. I'm at the watch party here. Rob, the nervous crowd tonight. First of all, a fantastic game, but I thought McDavid had it there.
So did I. I mean, it was funny when they were talking on the TV and how many out of 100 would he score, and it's kind of tongue-in-cheek 97 because he's 97, but I would go with 99. I'm shocked. And as I'm sure that Connor McDavid's a little shocked too. Give credit to Ottinger. He did not quit on the play, but that's one that, I mean, you could not have asked for a better opportunity. The puck on the stick of the best player in the world in overtime with no one on you and a wide open net. If the Oilers do not win this game, that will haunt Connor McDavid going forward. But knowing Connor McDavid, as we've seen him over the last number of years, he's probably got something special still in his game.
Well, and something special has been the Oilers' penalty kill. McDavid was slapped with a double minor for high-sticking Duchesne off the center ice face-off at the start of overtime. It actually wasn't called initially, but the refs and the linesmen talked about it. I'm sure much to the anger of Canucks fans who would have a point. And McDavid goes off 17 seconds into overtime. There were a couple of posts, but again, the Oilers' penalty kill comes up big.
Fantastic. I mean, that was the best that Dallas's power play had looked. They became aggressive and got pucks on net, but mainly they were winning face-offs, so they didn't have to enter the zone. But I said after the Vancouver series that I felt that the Oilers' penalty-killing unit won them the series. If you look at all the close games and the fact that the Canucks couldn't get anything going on their power play, to me, the penalty-killing was the difference in that series. And well, so far through 65, well, I guess 80 minutes now, is it, in this game, the penalty killing again has been the difference in this hockey game. When you are, 5 power plays Dallas has had?
Yep.
So you got 5, you've killed off 5 in an even game. I mean, you could have an 80% penalty kill in this game where that's really, really good, but you would have lost. So the penalty killing's been fantastic. The goaltending for both teams have been this has been a great game, Reed. Like, it has been a fantastic hockey game. The only thing that I can say from experience, that in a game like this, the team that loses, it hurts way more than a regular loss. It just does. It'll sting. It'll stick with you because you're absolutely fatigued after the game. And if you don't get the victory in this game, tomorrow you're more tired than the team that wins. So I think now, game 1 in a best of 7 isn't crucial, as both teams have shown that they're able to come back after losing game 1. I believe this game gets a little more critical now with the fact that it's going into double overtime. I think that the team that wins this game is going to have a big advantage going into game 2.
And it's interesting too, Rob, because this is truly team versus team. No line has been sat out. I mean, clearly some players play more than others. Sam Steele's the low ice time guy in this game at 12:03. It's Carrick for the Oilers at 12:12, but they got shifts in overtime. Bouchard is up to 31:01. Heiskanen is up to 33:08 for Dallas. Of course, some players are playing more, but the coaches aren't afraid to put anybody on the ice.
Well, we saw the Dallas had their 4th line out, face-off in their own zone. The Edmonton Oilers put their 4th line out and left them out for a face-off in their own zone. There's a trust. I think the one thing that is key for both teams, they have 4th lines with centermen that know how to win face-offs. I think that's huge. So now you don't feel, if the puck's in your own zone, you don't feel like you're at a disadvantage because you feel you can win that face-off. To me, the Dallas Stars escaped not only the Connor McDavid chance, but the last minute of the period. The Dallas Stars got caught out with their 4th line and their 3rd pairing defenseman, that Petrovic, who has not played a whole lot. He got stuck out there for an extended period of time and then got out for an icing and a face-off, and the Oilers had their best players out there. And the Dallas Stars, to me, survived that last minute because the Edmonton Oilers could smell blood. They saw a tired group that were fourth line and third pairings, and they had ample opportunity to finish this hockey game. So Dallas escaped at the end of this first overtime period.
Shots 37-33 for the Oilers, 9-8 for the Stars in that overtime period. The last time the Oilers went beyond one overtime period was the game that eliminated them in 2021 against Winnipeg. The Jets won that one 4-3. That one was in triple overtime. We'll check the scoreboard here for Edmonton for Pizza 73, official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Blue Jays rang up the Tigers 9-1. And in the NBA, the Celtics beat the Pacers 126-110. So Boston leads the Eastern Conference final 2-0. All right, Draisaitl, Hyman, and Seguin scored in the second period. Seguin scored 3:23 left in the third. No scoring in the first overtime period. So they're getting a rest here, and they'll do it again to try to decide Game 1 of the NHL's Western Conference Final, Oilers and Dallas Stars. You're listening to Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Oilers Now with Bob Stauffer is your go-to for the best Oilers insights and amazing guests. From Ron McLean to Craig McTavish, no one else brings you closer to the action. Oilers Now, only on 630 CHED, the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. The Alberta government is clawing back parts of a bill that would have given Premier Danielle Smith and her cabinet the power to unilaterally fire mayors and councillors, but a spokesperson for most of the province's municipalities says the changes will not calm local leaders who are worried the proposed legislation remains an undemocratic power grab. The changes to the bill mean cabinet could only oust locally elected officials by ordering a recall vote. With people living longer, but with more complex healthcare needs, more funding is being put towards seniors' care ahead of an expected surge in demand. The federal government and the province of Alberta have signed an Aging with Dignity funding agreement that will see $627 million spent over the next 5 years on home care and continuing care initiatives. And the establishment of a women's professional basketball team in Toronto comes at a critical moment for the growth of women's sports. A report released last month by Canadian Women and Sport found 2 in 3 Canadians between the ages of 13 and 65 consider themselves to be fans of women's sports. News on demand at 630ched.com.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more. And let's go Oilers.
I'm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. And I'm Zach Hyman. And when we're not making juicy, sweet passes or having my goals disallowed, we're working for Legacy Heating and Cooling. You know, guys used to call me a plumber. And now they call you an AC repairman.
Nice. Hey, guys, you're not here to fix air conditioners. You're here to sing the jingle.
Oh.
Well.
Okay. Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year from qualified installers. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange, dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry, it's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary, and for more information, head to avdiamond.ca today.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
Oilers Now with Bob Stauffer is your go-to for the best Oilers insights and amazing guests. From Ron McLean to Craig McTavish, no one else brings you closer to the action. Oilers Now, only on 630 CHED, the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. Join Courtney Terrio midday on 630 CHED for True Edmontonian. Listen in to celebrate our city's unsung heroes, community builders, and everyday champions. Tune in to 630 CHED and be inspired by the stories that make Edmonton great. 630 CHED. Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
2-2 hockey game as we climb into the second overtime. The Edmonton Oilers and the Dallas Stars with Game 1 of the Western Conference Final at stake. Draisaitl and Hyman with the goals for Edmonton in regulation. The Oilers briefly led it 2-0. Sagan got one back right away and then tied it with 3.5 to go in regulation. And the Oilers will start with McDavid centering Nugent Hopkins and Hyman. Ekholm and Bouchard defensively. Stuart Skinner at one end with 31 saves for Edmonton. Jake Ottinger at the other with 35 for Dallas. Wyatt Johnston out there with Jamie Benn and Logan Stankovic. McDavid wins the faceoff. Sent up the left-hand side. Nugent Hopkins gets it in deep. Lindell sent it around the boards, got it through Zach Hyman. Jamie Benn tried to clear cross ice, came back to him on a deflection, and he'll walk it in. Tried a drag move, did Wyatt Johnston, got tripped up by Matthias Ekholm, and here come the Oilers through the neutral zone. Nugent Hopkins with the trailer, Connor McDavid, who was robbed by Ottinger in the first OT. Up the boards, Bouchard in front, deflected home, and Edmonton wins the game! 3-2! It's Connor McDavid in double overtime!
What a play by Evan Bouchard. McDavid's going to get the accolades for the perfect deflection home. Nugent Hopkins in on the forecheck for Edmonton, helps turn the puck over, and Bouchard with the presence of mind. They're looking at it here right now, but Dallas is leaving the ice. Beautiful setup, and Connor McDavid, who missed a glorious opportunity. What's going on here? They're now telling the Dallas Stars to wait.
The play is under review.
The Oilers think it's a goal. McDavid thinks it's a goal. What is it under review for? Was it a zone entry violation?
Well, they're obviously reviewing something, so that's the obvious. McDavid from Bouchard for the OT winner, 32 seconds in. Jamie Benn taking a seat on the bench, and here's the call from Kelly Sutherland.
After review, the call on the ice stands. We have a good goal.
Going to celebrate it twice if you're an Oilers fan.
Game over. Edmonton wins the hockey game. Connor McDavid, for the second time in his career, a playoff OT winner. He was robbed by Ottinger in the first overtime, but a perfect redirect. And again, it was Nugent Hopkins rushing in. He had McDavid as the trailer. He got it in deep behind Chris Tanev, and the puck came free along the boards. Bouchard and McDavid, a point-blank high slot, not even high slot. He was beneath the hash marks. He got in tight enough to just guide that over the prostrate Jake Ottinger over the right shoulder, and we've got a 3-2 overtime win for Edmonton in Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. McDavid, just his third goal in the Stanley Cup playoffs, but this one absolutely mammoth, and the Oilers prevail 3-2.
I cannot reiterate the point more on the setup from Evan Bouchard. It was unreal. It was just a great look. No question.
And Evan Bouchard now joins us on our post-game show. Congratulations, Evan. First off, what did you see as that puck came to you on the half wall?
I saw the puck come around. I saw Davo obviously take a good route in front of the net, and just tried to get it to him, and obviously he did the rest.
You know, special teams matter. You don't get there. Your penalty killing has been unblanking real. 5 straight games now. They went 0 for 5. Is there any way, and I know you're watching it because you're on the power play, but if you can equivocate just how great those guys played again tonight.
Oh, it's unbelievable. They definitely won us the game, got us some momentum in overtime. If you can blank a team going 0 for 5, that's a great sign for us.
One of the best aspects of the penalty kill, of course, is your last line of defense, Stuart Skinner. Evan, I know, as a group, you probably weren't thrilled with that early breakdown, but did you feel like his back-to-back saves early on Dadonov and then Jamie Benn on the rebound, did that give him a shot of adrenaline? Because he seemed to lock it down from that point forward.
Yeah, he was lights out for us all game. We have so much confidence in him. We know his ability. Like I said, rock solid.
How are you feeling?
Exhausted.
All right, I'll let you go.
Thank you.
Evan Bouchard, double overtime. He's often a man who gets succinct and to the point immediately. Yeah, how you feeling? Exhausted, but also, I'm sure, exhilarated. 3-2, an overtime win for the Edmonton Oilers. Connor McDavid, 32 seconds into OT.
It's not how you cover, it's how you recover, Jack. Think of the double minor McDavid took right at the start of the overtime period. Think of the open net look that he got from Zach Hyman and he didn't finish. And think how he finished this game by being in the right place on a brilliant play by Evan Bouchard, started by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins getting the puck deep, and then they forced the turnover. Bouchard pinched the wall. And think of how much discussion you and me and Cam and me and you, me and Cam and Robin Reed have had over Evan Bouchard over the last 4 seasons to where he is at right now. An elite offensive defenseman with a fantastic play, just great vision on the game-winning goal. But we don't get there. You're right, Skinner. Those 2 big saves early. And
I thought it was one of the keys to the whole
penalty killing. The penalty killing was unblank unbelievable because, and by my, it
has been the entire playoffs.
In my opinion, the call on Bouchard was one of the poorest calls we've seen. They probably should have 4 power plays, and Edmonton should have 1 or 2 in this game, and it ended up 5-1, and Edmonton killed them off. So you get the win on the road. And Dallas has been in position. This is a veteran team. These 2 teams both dressed 11 players in their 30s tonight. These guys are experienced. They're going to say they're completely in their comfort zone. But if you're an Oilers partisan, what you're thinking of tonight is, we were right there with them. Like, the Oilers were right. They think of the fact.
Bob, you're not thinking that. You're thinking you won the first. I mean, I don't know why. I'm a little curious. I want to challenge you on something here. You keep, sounding, pleased that Edmonton's right with Dallas.
I'll tell you
when did Dallas become an overwhelming favorite?
Dallas is amongst a lot of the pundits, not necessarily those all in Edmonton, but amongst a lot of the pundits, roughly about 75 to 80% of the pundits out there pick the Dallas Stars to win the series. The perception is they have greater depth than the Edmonton Oilers. Jack, how many 10-plus goal scorers do the Edmonton Oilers have in the lineup tonight?
12.
How many does Dallas?
11.
How many 20-plus goal scorers does Dallas Stars have in the lineup tonight?
7.
How many does Edmonton have?
5.
How many 30-plus goal scorers does Edmonton have in the lineup tonight?
3.
How many many did Dallas have?
1.
How many 40-plus goal scorers did Edmonton have? 2. How many Dallas have? None.
Yeah.
The two teams had identical goals for and goals against numbers this year.
That's what I'm saying. I don't feel like Edmonton should be pleased to be right with Dallas.
But what's often happened in this building is the ice has been completely tilted in Dallas's favor. That's the point I'm going to make. It wasn't tilted in Dallas's favor. The Oilers outshot the Stars, and Dallas had 5 power plays in the game. So there you go. Now
the Stars had 2 shots in the first 12 minutes of the third period. They got a bounce to tie it, and they probably deserved it. Then they didn't get a bounce to start the first overtime.
Right.
And Connor McDavid goes from potentially being in the penalty box when Dallas wins the game to instead scoring the game winner and also shaking off the disappointment I'm sure he felt about not finishing the play late in the first overtime against Jake Ottinger.
Play. He didn't have any time to think about it.
There you go.
It was a great,
beautiful deflection. I mean, he couldn't have put that just perfectly over the blocker, and Edmonton prevails by a score of 3-2. And now the Oilers, at the very least, have wrestled home ice advantage away from the Dallas Stars in this Western Conference Final. They get Game 1 for the second time in 3 series this postseason, and they're in a pretty good position heading into Game 2 on Saturday night. And, of course, Oiler fans will tell you it's time to get greedy now and try to get the first 2 on Dallas's home ice. Edmonton's landed the first roundhouse punch, and they do so in double overtime, 32 seconds in. Bouchard and McDavid for the winner. It's Connor McDavid's second career overtime winner in the playoffs, and Bouchard continues to come through. 2 game-winning goals against Vancouver, the assist on the game winner tonight against Dallas. Big game player. I think he's joined a list that includes Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl.
Ice in his veins, Jack.
And I'll tell you who else. For me, and I know he's not on the score sheet tonight, but you said it best, and I think it's an underrated aspect of this Edmonton club. 1, they can play lockdown defense when necessary, and number 2, it was some grit from Ryan Nugent-Hopkins to help work that puck free along the end boards.
The penalty killing has gone perfect over the last 5 games.
And he and Derek Ryan have a big...
They're the first guys on the ice.
Absolutely.
And you know what? Nugent-Hopkins' face-off percentage is at 33%, but in the draws that matter, he wins draws that matter.
In these playoffs, he absolutely has, especially on that 5-on-3 against Vancouver. So it's Edmonton 1-0. It's Edmonton in double overtime tonight by a final score of 3-2. And again, back to Stuart Skinner. Outstanding saves early, finishes with 31 on the night to earn the victories. Now 13-9 career in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And Jake Ottinger, though gallant, is outdueled by his opposite number, Stuart Skinner. He stops 35 of 38, but he drops to 8-6 in this Stanley Cup playoff run and 21-19 for his career. So Bob and I return Saturday evening with Game 2 of this Western Conference Final, and what a start we're off to with the Oilers winning in double overtime tonight. Again, that's Saturday game time here at the American Airlines Center. Half hour earlier for everyone, a 6 o'clock face-off right here from hot, steamy Dallas, Texas. The Oilers, as Evan Bouchard said, no doubt exhausted, but they're also exhilarated with a Game 1 overtime victory. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your final score, Edmonton 3, Dallas 2. For Bob Stauffer, Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown, this is Jack Michaels saying good night from Dallas. We'll talk to you Saturday night. And ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure indeed was all ours. The Rogers Postgame show starts right now.
Exclusive live interviews, expert analysis, and game highlights. This is the Rogers Postgame Show. Once again, here's Bob Stauffer on the Oilers Radio Network.
Nugent Hopkins with the trailer, Connor McDavid, who was robbed by Ottinger in the first OT. Up the board, Bouchard in front, deflected home, and Edmonton wins the game. 3-2. It's Connor McDavid in double overtime.
It's the Century Casino Highlight Zone, all in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winner's Zone. Edmonton wins game 1-3-2 in double OT. This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
I'm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. And I'm Zach Hyman. And when we're not making juicy, sweet passes or having my goals disallowed, we're working for Legacy Heating and Cooling. You know, guys used to call me a plumber. And now they call you an AC repairman. Nice.
Hey, guys, you're not here to fix air conditioners. You're here to sing the jingle.
Oh.
Well.
Okay.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy. No payments and no interest for 1 year from qualified installers. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
You're tuned in to the Rogers Postgame Show on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 CHED, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
McDavid defending down low, gets some help from Bouchard, and the Oilers, turnover, Bouchard, wrist shot, save, Skinner against Stankoven. Rebound, Johnston, a save made, Skinner.
That's the save of the game, brought to you by Access Insurance. Alberta oilfield and construction contractors can count on huge saves when they need it the most. Visit accessinsurancegroup.com. This is the Rogers postgame show. Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. Jack Michaels, Cam Moon, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Brendan Escott, myself, Bob Stauffer, all part of the Oilers Radio Network. We're in the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no interest, no payments for a year. Our studio producers this season are Kellen Kennedy and Angie Quinnell, and our ace engineer is Bill Geiger here in Dallas. We bring aboard our inside the game analyst, Rob Brown. Rob, let's start with the fact that Stu Skinner had a rock-solid start, and the penalty killers were incredible.
Well, Stuart Skinner was fantastic in this game, and I know on your show and on our show as well, we get a lot of phone calls. The Oilers will never win with Stu Skinner in net, and he just continues to have bounce backs, to have big moments. He looked great in this game. He was good in the last 2 games against Vancouver, but in all honesty, he didn't get really tested a whole lot. He was tested tonight, and some big shots and big moments. And I do agree with Jack, and you were talking about the breakaway at the beginning of the game. Bang, bang, 2 straight shots. That could have been deflating, but instead it gives the bench a big rush. It gives him more confidence. He was excellent, and the penalty killing, fantastic to me. And we talked about it after this game 7. I believe the Oilers penalty killing won them the series against the Canucks. You have 6 one-goal games and your penalty killing's that good. Well, they win games for you. And then tonight, without a doubt, the biggest reason that they have a game 1 victory is their penalty killing. A 4-minute power play in overtime. Yeah, it's hard to come back from that if you're the Dallas Stars. It's hard you just wasted a 4-minute power play in overtime. Probably not going to win the hockey game. The hockey gods are going to say, hey, I gave you your chance, and you didn't do anything with it. So good on Skinner, good on the penalty killing, and good on the Oilers for a big road win.
All right, so how about the redemption arc tonight for Connor McDavid? Not just the double minor, but the missed opportunity late in the first overtime period, and then he buries the second chance.
Well, it's funny. Reed and I were talking at the end of the period, and we said, Connor, he probably scores that 99 times out of 100, but great ones always find a way to have another special moment. And it doesn't bother players. They probably would have had a nightmare tonight afterwards if they not found a way to win, but he has more opportunities, and he's not going to miss again. So the best player in the world gets 2 chances to win the hockey game. He's probably going to make one of them, and obviously he did on the second one. So it was a great game. And to me, and I told Reed after the first overtime, if the Oilers came in and won this game 4-1 and they went into game 2, I would have had a lot of confidence that the Dallas Stars would come out with a big, big game 2. When you lose a late overtime game, it hurts more. Tomorrow morning, both these teams are absolutely, as you heard with Bouchard, that he's exhausted. Both teams are exhausted, but tomorrow morning, the Edmonton Oilers will have more energy because they won this hockey game. So this game was worth a little bit more because of how they did it in double overtime.
Absolutely. Rob, great stuff.
Sounds good, Bob.
Smart play of the night brought to you by Catelli. Smart pasta with all natural ingredients. It's a smart move for your next meal. Look for the box next time you shop. Evan Bouchard sets up the game winner with a great look to Connor McDavid. This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange, dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry. It's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary. And for more information, head to avdiamond.ca today.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
We're down to the Final Four. Obviously, no other action tonight in the National Hockey League. New York Rangers look to tie their series against Florida tomorrow night after losing Game 1 3-0 at home. Memorial Cup gets started tomorrow. Moose Jaw Warriors are the WHL representative. The Western Hockey League has not won a Memorial Cup since the Edmonton Oil Kings back in 2014. Here in Dallas, Oilers built up a 2-0 lead. They gave away a goal to Tyler Seguin to make it 2-1. Then a lucky break from Seguin ties it 2-2. Oilers kill off 5 shorthanded situations, including a 4 full minutes in overtime. And then Connor McDavid wins it on a brilliant setup from Evan Bouchard 32 seconds into the second overtime period. That's the Pizza 73 out-of-town scoreboard. Pizza 73 is the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers, and this is the Rogers Postgame Show.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains. So you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can.
Let's go to the Molson Cup 3 Stars presented by Canadian. Whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Third star tonight, a goal and assist, Zach Hyman. Second star tonight, a pair of goals. Dallas has only 2 goals in the game. Tyler Seguin. First star tonight, Connor McDavid with the GWG and double OT also added an assist. The Rogers postgame show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Edmonton returns to action game 2. That is a 6 o'clock Mountain Standard Time puck drop against these Dallas Stars on Saturday night. For my play-by-play partners this season, Cam Moon and Jack Michaels, who's at the call of all the playoff games, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Brendan Escott, studio producers Kellen Kennedy and Angie Quinnell. Kellen had the show for us tonight, and our engineer, Bill Geiger. Bob Stauffer saying so long, everybody. From Dallas, the Oilers take a 1-0 series lead. McDavid in double OT. They beat the Stars 3-2.
Rogers Postgame Show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. And Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network.
To the net, backhander score!
This live play-by-play broadcast is intended for the private entertainment of our audience. Any rebroadcast without the expressed written consent of the Oilers Entertainment Group is strictly prohibited. All games, all season. Exclusively on the Oilers Radio Network. The game is over when the horn sounds. The analysis ends when you say it does. This is Overtime Open Line. Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. And now, the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 6:30 CHED.
Hopkins with the trailer. Connor McDavid, who was robbed by Ottinger in the first OT. Up the board. Bouchard in front. Deflected home. And Edmonton wins the game. 3-2. It's Connor McDavid in double overtime.
The captain comes through, and the Oilers win Game 1 of the Western Conference Final, 3-2 in double overtime against the Dallas Stars. Just 32 seconds into the second OT. Bouchard along the right wing in front. McDavid chips it in, and that gives the Oilers the victory. Stuart Skinner, an excellent game, 31 saves. Ottinger was very good for Dallas as well with 35 stops. Really, Rob Brown, a fantastic game overall. I mean, you and I sometimes will step back and say, okay, if we didn't care who won, what would we think of this game? That was an incredible hockey game, but Oil Country gets to celebrate the victory as McDavid finishes it.
Oh, it was a ton of fun.